Hey, you. You are foul for those almond butter tacos, dude. That's crazy. Almond butter and peppers is unheard of. Guys, I have returned. Those of you in the book club already know. But we did not do our Friday stream as usual because I was on the res. And as you may not know, there is no service on the res because, I mean, the moment they get satellite internet is over for y'all. You know what I mean? I'm just joshing. But really, what a shame. In the day and age of, like, satellite internet, the fact that that's not, like, accessible in most First Nations areas is whack to me, personally. But especially given how rural a lot of the reses are, you know what I mean? I feel like of all the things we should do, potentially, for First Nations, like, maybe satellite internet would be on that list, no? Yeah. Top, middle, or bottom? Middle. We also ended up, like, coaching this Japanese black dude. So shout out to Brandon Grundy. He won his fight. Cool dude. Cool dude. We ended up meeting at the fight. Sickle. But you got the sickle upside down. Are these all upside down? They're not all upside down. Okay. Upside down sickle. Upside down carnelian. And upside down rain. Interesting. Did I just shuffle this entire deck all wonky wacky? I did shuffle this all wacky. Do not pay any mind to them being upside down or right side up. I apparently twisted when I was flipping. Okay. So I got... I'm getting stagnant growth on this one, actually. Then I'm getting... I'm getting, like, I don't know, not necessarily good energy off of that one. And then this one is purification. Hold on, I gotta remember how to do this. And like one singular show off, and I'm completely off. Hello, hello. Can you guys hear the background music? Or is OBS hucking me again? I'm not gonna lie, some carnelian on one of these sickles would go super hard. You can hear it? Excellent. Alright, 1 sec. Runts is right there. You guys haven't seen Runts in a minute. Let's get you a little renty Runts. 1 sec. Oh, my little Chungus, we love you. Your adoring pup awaits. Hi, little guy. He was being so nice to me today. We were outside. He was getting pets, enjoying the sunshine. It's a good boy, Runts. Runts is being kind to me because I, pulled almost half of the muscles in my body playing darts on that trip because I'm so enfeebled that throwing 4 games worth of darts basically made me like crippled the next day like I'd been fighting. Embarrassing. Super embarrassing. Yeah, but all in all, fantastic trip. Every single one of our combatants won their fight, which was pretty awesome. That was pretty cool. We did end up coming home pretty decently early on Sunday, so I got to come home and snuggle my sweet little babies. I miss them so much. The moment we have teleporter technology, let me tell you, I'm gonna be first in line for that because I hate traveling. I know, like, you guys are like, oh, Riley, world traveler, like, that's the first thing you can think of, obviously. But I hate it. I hate being away from these sweet little kitties. Look how sweet they are. And they hate to travel. They hate it. They love to be at home. They love to roll around in the dirt. You're like 20% dirt right now, aren't you, Runs? Cutie! Oh, I miss him so much. There were no cats to pet. Yes. Ah, Kyrian! Technically, it's not Pride. This month, you'll recall, is Black History Month. So, think of your favorite Black History Month fact and go ahead and put that in the memes in the Discord. Because as we all know, Pride is in February, which is the season of love because it's all about love, right? And then Black History Month is June. Black History Month is June because it has Father's Day and Juneteenth. Why would anyone not schedule Black History Month for June? That's just, it's ridiculous and silly. Whoever's doing like the calendars is like logistically incompetent, surely. And then July is Patriot Month. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows this, you guys. Honestly. The fact that the Blacks even let it be February for as long as they did is crazy work. Because, I mean, like, you're gonna pick the shortest month and the month with no barbecuing weather? Couldn't be me. Absolutely not. So I have elected to take this bold stance that Black History Month is in fact in June. So that is the official Byrd flock feelings on the matter. Oh my gosh, look at your little piggies! Oh, guys, did anybody start a timer the moment that I picked him up? Because the fact that he's letting me hold him this long is bananas, okay? I'm also supposed to be watching his siblings down the road from us, and one of the twins, Muffin, who is built like a large Siberian bear, she's quite happy with this arrangement, but her brother Token, who you'll recall from having recently been to the vet for his terrible, terrible dental hygiene, he thinks that at all times I am going to whisk him away to the handsome veterinarian, which is not always the case. Sometimes I just want to shower him with kisses and tell him how sweet of a little possum he is, but it is not, believe me. Ooh, speaking of, super excited to read that book for book club, you guys. Oh yes, Max. As you were, Mr. Rents. Yes, as you were, my lumbering little sweet boy. I have been thinking about the book club book and how they call Wolverines gluttons, but I also think Runts would be like prime candidate for being a little glutton because he has now started to instigate fights between him and Mink, our lovely little torty barn cat, because he found out that she also gets crunchies for Din Din. So he has been lumbering over there like a little tubby piglet and eating up all of her crunchies, which is hilarious. Because Runs is so nonchalant that she'll just like hiss in his face and he just looks at her like, and then eats all of her snacks. Okay, and then the stream always dies during my bits, you guys. Dude, Elon Musk is trying to censor me, I swear. So you got Abundance for the first card, which is not a bad card to pull for the first day of Black History Month. That's pretty sick. Then you got Energy Clearing, so basically all that negative energy trying to tell you it's not, in fact, Black History Month. Not the case. And nice, Vitality. Perseverance! An excellent card to pull. Guys, did you know that you can get vitamin C from the leaves of pine trees? I feel like you guys would have learned that if you guys were reading Last of the Breed with us in the book club. Because he does that. He makes a little soup/tea out of pine needles so that he can be sure that he gets all of his vitamin C while he's trekking around in the Siberian wilderness. Guys, I did not know that Cold War historical fiction was going to be such a fucking jam, but oh my god, it is. Like, I will reread this book. I would not be shocked if this didn't get the highest rating thus far in the book club, which is crazy bananas. What other announcements do we have? Let's see. The moment I returned home, I had like a bunch of bad luck immediately. I went out to check on my chickens. Lovely, wonderful chickens. Nothing bad to report there. Picked up the most pristine, beautiful egg out of, for whatever reason, my rooster's cage. And immediately dropped it onto another egg and cracked it. So, not great. Then I tripped on my way to turn on the water and almost ripped my cord in half. So, could have been worse. I also threw an entire box of nails all over in the road. So luckily, I have a fancy magnet on a stick, and I was able to keep all of our cars from having ginormous holes in them. But who can say how long that luck will last? Oh my god, I'm 20 minutes early. That's crazy. Insane. We also had, I'm telling you right now, like the best pizza. It's like, I wouldn't say it's New York style pizza, so pizza heads like don't come for me. But it was really good. It was like, if you guys are from Idaho, you'll know what I mean when I say this. It was like Idaho Pizza Company pizza. Like super good. Like, and I guess for the non-Idahoans here, it was like, it's kind of like, I guess, grandma's style pizza, if that makes sense, but the crust was perfect. The sauce to topping ratio was phenomenal. You could hold the piece in your hands. It was like slightly floppy, but cooked all the way to the center, like on the bottom of the crust. And it was a little goopy, I will give it that, but that's kind of just the style of pizza we picked. We picked a chicken bacon ranch, and I'm kind of like leading under with the name of the pizza place. It was Bigfoot Pizza in Pocatello. Delicious. We ordered 3 large pizzas, and we probably could have eaten another 2 large pizzas. We considered going there in the morning the next day, but it was like, nah, that's crazy. They don't even open till like 4 p.m. But it was awesome. And all of our fighters ate so much pizza. It was super good. Very much excited to eat that pizza again. Are there any other... Oh, I had a delicious non-bread cooked chicken situation right before the fight, because we have to eat clean before the fight. Even the coach and the poor corner, me, has to eat clean before the fights. There's no naughty snacks permitted before the fights, unfortunately. But it was good. It was a good trip. Really liked, I really like, honestly, just like the team aspect of the trip kind of stuff, but hate the travel business. So it's really cool when we get to do like trips that are just like local and in town. I feel like a lot of people kind of empathize with that, but I think, guys, I'm pretty jazzed already, actually. I feel like, I don't know, we got the main crew here. Let's get it going, actually. You guys are hungry for it. Gung-ho, even. Okay, so where last we left off, I was the trivia champion. I saved scummed a bunch. But it was awesome. And, oh, dude, I'm so excited. Is there any more trivia? Probably not, but if so... Oh no, math. This one. I think this is the next one we gotta do. Right? 20. Yep. I think that's the correct one. Maybe. Is that the correct one? Yeah, this is the correct one. It's gonna be so good. I loved all that trivia stuff. It was very, very about that.
ありがとう。よく眠ってたか。 はい。よくお休みになっております。
ここでの騒ぎは客前は届かぬか。
はい。扉も閉めておりますし、客間には届かないと思います。
エンジェ、いい夢見ろよ。
Oh, hello, hello, welcome back.
さーて、しんみりしたお別れ会はこれまでであるぞ。さあ、ここからは盛大に行こうぞ。二次会だ
ー Oh no. Wait. Okay, 1 second, you guys. I'm just gonna take just a real quick screenshot of all this tasty food. I think this one and this one are the ones I need to hide. And then I should be able to. Nice. Full screen. Butterfly banquet. Perfect. One day we'll come up with an easier screenshot challenge, but today is not that day. Oh no. Also, how many after parties has everybody been to? Where the moment the kids are asleep, it's a completely different party, right?
もうハンマー砲の毒素は一切なしだぜ。みんな入ってきてくれ。俺たちのお疲れ様パーティーの始まりだぜ。
Great, now that the kids are asleep, we can all actually have a party. It was a little mean, no? That cape goes pretty hard though, actually. I feel like we should go back to cloaks, no?
万事は楽しんだもの勝ちでございますよ。
さあ、七姉妹もいらっしゃい。煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。もうこれでゲームが終わりなんて。
Was that the sister of over dramatizing things?
この泣き虫。バトラ卿、ベアトリッチ様、お招きを感謝します。
6歳のエンジェ様の寝顔独り占めしたい。私はお料理全部独り占めしたい。
Oh yeah, Beelzebub.
じゃあ私はいい男を全部独り占め。
Typical.
そこでなぜバトラにしがみつく。離れんか泥棒猫。
よく来たな、煉獄の七姉妹。盛大に楽しんでくれ。
やはり彼女らがやってくると急に賑やかになりますな。
賑やか、大いに結構ではないか。それにまだまだ足りぬぞ。この程度で賑やかとはな。
The bunny girls. Who the fuck invited the bunny girls? The middle one's cool, but the other two annoy me.
全然遊び足りないうちにもう
ついてはわらわも同感であるぞ。しかし安心せよ、わらわたちのゲームはまだまだ続くぞ。
猫箱の中で永遠にな。
Ugh.
よく来てくれた。シエスタ姉妹。
There's our favorite phrase again, you guys.
心より感謝するものであります。我ら一同今後ますますに。
よせやい、そういう堅苦しいのはよ。今夜はブレイコーだぜ、ブレイコー。
そういうことに。
Hate it.
わかってるに。ダメです、410。羽目を外しすぎです。怒られます。
はーい、リーチェ。ご無沙汰ね。すごいわ、これだけ揃うのはいつ以来かしら。夏日の法廷以来ではないか。あの時は到底賑やかとは言い難かったがな。
Too much still.
賑やかと聞いては。
私たちの出番がないとは言わせない。
すげえぜ。一体何人いるんだよ。
Thank you,
この調子で
Jessica.
増えたら僕たち人間の方が少なくなってしまいそうだね。
Mm-hmm.
もう出てきて大丈夫だよ、サクタロ。
Oh no, guys, bad news. I've eaten all the pickles.
バトラ卿、お招き預かり光栄です。
金券、光栄なるものと知りたてまつるものなり。
よく来てくれたな。久しぶりだぜ。元気だったか？
元気です。あなたたちと戦っている時が一番です。反抗心はもうやりたくないです。
No, stamping documents is the
上
best.
司ドラノール、決済箱は山積みであると知りたま
Guys, I want those little sandwiches super bad.
我が悠久申請の決済に急ぎたまえ。切に望むものなりよ。相変わらず大法院暮らしは窮屈であるものよ。
バトラー卿、少しだけ残念なお知らせがあります。
お？どうした？
Boo.
私たちも手は尽くしたのです。
そうか、苦労をかけてな。ありがとう。
忘却の深
Good.
淵は住所なき無限の砂漠、
Oh, I hope so.
あるいは深海の底。ベルンカステル教以外の誰にも彼女の居場所を知ることはできないのです。
一応あの魔女どもにも招待状は送った。気を利かせて連れてきてくれりゃいいんだがな。
ベルンカステル教は猫のような御人よ。自分に興味があれば勝手に寄ってくるが、興味がなければいくら呼ぼうとも姿を現さない。
そうね、あの子はまさに猫。餌は食べに来るけど決して頭は撫でさせない。
ラムダデルタ、お前は来てくれたんだな。
私、こう見えても全然暇じゃないの
Well,
に
she
ね。
is dressed for Halloween, so of course she would attend this Halloween party. I feel like that was
あんたの貢献に
always
私じゃ
gonna
なかったっ
be
け？
where she would end up. I mean, look at the decorations are basically her dress.
ちょっと近くまで来たから寄っただけ。ああ、そこの号だ。これ手土産もいろいろ持ってきたの。適当に盛り付けて出しちゃってもらえる？
What's in the food boxes?
ベ
Show
ルン
us the
カステ
food
ルは
boxes.
まだ来ていない。
来ないんじゃない？負けたゲームにのこのこと顔を出す子じゃないわよ。
であろうな。何しろプライドの高い御人だ。
あいつにゃ散々な目に遭わされたような気もするが、それでもこのゲームに関わったプレイヤーの一人のはず。最後のゲームの最後の夜をのんびり祝ってもいいのにと思ったんだが。
ね。あの子がいなかったらこのゲームはこの結末を迎えなかったかもね。敵も味方もゲームを成立させるための絶対要素よ。
そうであるな。敵がいなければゲームにさえならん。
私は敗北さえもゲームの一部として楽しんでるけれどね。あの子はそうじゃない。仕方ないわ、いろいろあったから。だからあの子を責めないであげて。
本当は感謝するつもりだった。いろいろあったが、お前がいなかったら今日を迎えられなかったと感謝しようと思ってた。
ありがとう。今度あの子に会えるのがいつかはわからないけれど、運が良ければ数百年後にはまた会えるわ。その時伝えてあげる。そうそう、それはそうと、招待状はないんだけれど今日はお客を連れてきたわ。
客？誰だ？心当たりには軒並み招待状を送ったつもりだったんだが。
いらっしゃい、二人とも。紹介するわ。
Oh, I see. I knew one of them would be Lion, but I didn't know the other one.
よう、相変わらずちっせえな。
知らぬ客人だ。彼らは何者であるか。
They're you from a different dimension.
つねるな、シリ。
From a gay dimension.
多分この世界のバトラ君たちは私たちのことを知りませんので。
服に片翼のわしがある。後ろ宮家の人間なのか。
Or is this the gay dimension?
私の世界ではあなたとは仲のいいいとこ同士です。紹介するわ。奇跡的確率の世界でのみ生まれる後ろ宮家の次期当主よ。そこではジェシカは一人っ子じゃない。ミオンの妹なのよ。
そりゃ驚いた。そんな世界があるのか。
もしやそなたは。はじめまして、ベアトリーチェ。私はあなたのことをよく知っていますよ。
It's me from the
私に
future.
とってあなたが幸せな笑顔を浮かべることは
When you meet your future self and they're drift out better than you.
今夜を迎えられたあなたを私は誰よりも祝福します。
そなたの中、よくぞ来てくれた。
俺はウィラード。あんたの知らないゲームで巻き込まれたただの通りすがりだ。
彼は私と同じ大法院の異端審問官です。優秀でしたがもう引退を。
そうか。ドラノールの友人なら悪いやつじゃないな。ようこそ。歓迎するぜ。
この二人は一体どこか。
ベルンが連れてきて駒にしたのよ。用済みにされて潰されかけたところを私が預かったの。後味が悪いのは嫌だって青々に言われてね。
You meet your future self and they're doing worse than you.
もし万
Dog.
一ベルンカステル
That
ここに来る
would be
よ
a
うな
fate
ことが
worse than death, truly.
このゲーム版の上では私の駒よ。こんなところでひょっこり再会したらあの子がどんな表情を浮かべるか見てみたくて。
よくわからんな。性悪なことを考えて連れてきたってことは理解したぜ。
私の手土産はこれで終わり。あとはのんびりくつろがせてもらうわ。じゃあとはホストのあんたに譲るわね。
さあバトラ教。
あなたが告げなきゃ始まらない。今宵の長きにわたるゲームのお疲れ様パーティーの始まりよ。
諸君静粛に。我らが領主バトラ教のお言葉であるぞ。
よせやいそれ。なんか恥ずかしい。
妻の大事な仕事であろうがわわせはせん。 マリアは子供なんだからジュースにしなさい。
マリアのシャンパンがいい。
No, Maria. No underage
マリア
drinking.
ちゃんも僕とお揃いのジュースにしよう。
バートラー、ぬるくなっちまうぞ。
同感であるな。始めよバトラー。
異議はありませんな。さあこちらへどうぞ、バトラ卿。
よく集まってくれたなみんな。長かった俺とベアとのゲームはこれで全ておしまいだ。これまで駒としてプレイヤーとしてあるいはゲームマスターとして関わってきたみんなを今宵は招待させていただいた。どうか明けぬ夜を存分に楽しんでほしい。乾杯。
No. That's crazy. Magic is not real. And a witch did not do it with magic. Get out of here.
「開かない。どうして？鍵はかかってないのに。」
Magic girl drinking party, hell yeah. Yeah, that party's for grown-ups, Ange. Absolutely not. Magic girl beer pong? Oh, that'd be crazy. Everyone else is having a fun, cool party. What? Kaza? Kaza, what the fuck is this? Oh no! Not this creepy cat.
「あなたは誰？」
I hate to say it, but this would get me.
開けて！開けて！
A cat luring you into the darkness. %. Wouldn't be the first time. Guys, you know, sometimes you hallucinate about a cat. Sometimes it happens, okay? Especially when you take like 8 shots of espresso with 4 pumps of caramel. It'll happen. That is not medical advice, by the way. Definitely don't do that. What? But we were just doing trivia with him.
いやー、盛り上がっているかい？参加者諸君。
盛り上がらない子は私たちが食べちゃうわ。
騒げや歌えや、今宵の主演を。
とにかく言うことを聞かないのよね、基本的に。
リーダーシップが大事だと思うんや。背中で語らにゃ部下はついてこんでいい。
それでついてくる部下なら問題はないのだが、一筋縄ではいかん。
とにかくね、部下には舐められたらおしまいなのよ。たまには小さなミスをわざとらしくみんなの前で大声で叱責するのも大事だわ。
そんなのダメ。みんなに怖がられるだけ。リーダーはみんなの模範にならなきゃダメだよ。リーダーたるものはね、うんぬんかんぬん、うんぬんかんぬん。
We being lectured by a stuffed animal right now?
キリエ、どうしてキリエは嫉妬すればするほど強くなるの？
人聞き悪いことを言わないで。私は欲しいものを逃さない。それを常に実践してるだけなんだ。
さあさあ、お待たせしました。まだまだお料理は続きますよ。
勝手に当家のパーティーを仕切って。しかし悔しいですが、身のこなしすべてに隙がありません。どこのホテルで修行を。
仕方ないわよ。ロードウェ様は完璧魔人だもん。でも私はゴーダの方が好きよ。これ焼き加減最高だってば。
しかしですな、番外員20足で否定されつつも名作と呼ばれるミステリーは数多くありますぞ。
別に否定してるわけじゃない。ミステリーなんて所詮は娯楽。楽しんだもん勝ちだ。
あのウィザードハンティングライトも随分と丸くなったものと知るものなり。
文学も娯楽も
What?
時代に応じて作法が変わることもあります。推理小説もまた同じということでしょう。
確かに新人の心構えはそうあるべきだ。だがそれではいつまでも中堅にはなれるね。
I was not certain that wasn't the title of the track.
そんなものは新しき新人が守れば、規則も新人用のテンプレートであることを忘れてはならんぞ。
そういうこった。ルールの外での働き方を覚えてようやく一人前なんだぜ。ルールに縛られてるうちはまだまだ半人前だな。
私、仕事を人に譲るのも耐えられないの。私は強欲のマモン。仕事はみんな私が独り占めにしちゃうわ。
あなたいい根性じゃない。煉獄の七姉妹ってお給金どのくらい？
うちの主人の会社に入りなさいよ。推薦してあげるから。なるほど。これが魔女の世界のお作法。
Natsui, go to bed. What are you even doing here, Natsui? Who invited her?
両手の手のひらをテーブルに押し付けて、お皿のお茶を犬みたいにチューチュー吸うのが我々のお作法に。
あんた何変なこと教えてんのよ。そんなお作法あるわけないでしょ。夏日も騙されてんじゃないわよ、スカポンタ。いい年して。こらサタン、夏日さんに向かって。
Get thee away, Satan.
なんで泣き出すんですか。サタン、私そんなに厳しく叱りましたか。
シエスタ410さん、純粋な母に二度と妙なことを吹き込まないように。大丈夫、後にならない程度に加減してありますから。
私の王子様、どこかにいないかな。アズモはね、燃えるような恋がしたいの。恋をしたらマリアも素敵なお姫様になれるかな。
なれるとも。恋は奇跡だ、パワーだ、ミネラルだ。無敵の力を与えてくれるのだ。愛は色欲なんだよって言ってた人が何か言ってるわ。
きっと毎晩色欲三昧に違いないぞ。
Crazy.
えい、黙れ。ハレンチ女とスケベジジ
イ。わかるよ、その気持ち。僕たちは誰かに命令されて初めて生きる価値が生まれる。
私、命令がないと不安なんです。誰か私に何か命じてください。じゃないと死んじゃいます。
そんな根性じゃダメだぜ。自分の生きる価値は自分で生み出す。自分で切り開く。
そうよ、絶対の意志を持たないとダメよ。私が人間やってた頃はそりゃがむしゃらに生きてたわよ。なんとも摩訶不思議な光景です。そうですね。ドラノール様、おかわりはいかがですか。ジュースならもらえます。子供ですので。
Hate that.
でいいや。ちょっといいか。
Why, Umineko, would you insist on them being lollies and then insist on putting them in these situations?
お呼びでしょうか。
Some of these writers should be in a prison.
客間の鍵を貸してくれるかい。
客間でございますか。マスターキーでも開きますが、何か。
いや、エンジェは眠ってるかなと思って客間に行ってきたんだが、鍵がかかってたんだな。
鍵ですか。私たちはエンジェ様をソファーにお運びした後、扉は閉めておりますが、鍵は閉めておりません。
Yeah, why is this game still playing in our face? Half these people are the same person. Are we literally just watching somebody do costume changes?
内側から鍵を閉めていじけてやがんのか。やれやれ。
お開けしましょうか。
そうだな。すまん。頼めるか。
鍵がかかっておりますね。開けてよろしいですか。
寝ていたら悪いからとノックはしなかったんだが、鍵をかけたってことは起きたって証拠だしな。一度ノックするか。
That would be knocking twice, but sure.
一通りへそを曲げてからまた寝ちまったのかもな。開けてくれるか。
かしこまりました。
エンジェ入るぞ。エンジェ
エンジ様、いらっしゃいませんか？エンジ様は窓から出て行かれたというのでしょうか？
寝ぼけるにもちょいと程があるな。
I'll find my own truth, she says.
じゃあ次は私が問題を出す番ね。ワンホールの3分の1のケーキと4分の1のケーキと5分の1のケーキがお皿に乗ってるの。ワンホールを食べるのに30分かかるとして、食べ終わった時お皿にケーキはいくつあるでしょう？
Nothing? You finish eating it and there'd be nothing on the plate?
0個でしょ。あんたが引っ掛けられた問題じゃない。遅刻してごめんなさい。パーティーを盛り上げる催しの準備をしていたらすっかり遅くなってしまって。あら、かけらの海で朽ち果てたと思っていたら。
今は私の駒よ。素敵でしょ？
バトラーはどこ？ベアとは？招待客が来たのよ。出迎えてほしいものだわ。
俺はここだ。
そなたを招きはした。だが来るとは思わなかったのでな。なるほど、これは奇跡というわけだ。うまいことを言うじゃ
Isn't he in a different room right now?
何をみんな静まり返っているの？パーティーでしょ。わざとらしいくらいに賑やかにしてちょうだい。それとも私を沈黙で迎えるという余興なの？
今度はお前の番だ。
何が？
バトラーはどこだとお前は尋ねた。だから俺はここだと答えた。次はお前の番だ。
何の話だ？何かあったのか？
エンジェが消えた。ゲームマスターの俺にさえどこに行ったかわからない。
そんなバカな。これはそなたのゲームであろう？そんなことがあるわけがない。
エンジが消えたのがゲームマスターバトラのシナリオでないならば、ゲームマスターが他にいることになるわね。
How many game masters can you have?
ええ、私も驚いてるわ。胸がすくような楽しいゲームを始めようとゲーム版を広げたら、
What is this, like Jumanji rules?
バトラもおかしなゲームを始めていたというわけ。ゲームマスターが2人なんておかしなこともあるものね。
それはつまりお前がエンジをどこかに隠したと認めたということだな。
そうなるな。 ゲームマスターのバトラの描いていないシナリオが生み出せるのはもう一人のゲームマスター殿しかいないということになるのだから。
パーティーを盛り上げる催しの準備ってやつ。
ラムダたちはクイズ大会で楽しく盛り上がってたわね。だから私もそれに加わることにしたわ。
エンジェはその人質のつもりというわけか。
そういうことよ。バトラ、ベアト、あなたたちにゲームを挑みたいの。拒否権はないわ。エンジェが大事な妹ならね。
何が望みだ。
あんたとベアトを巡るゲームで私はラムダと賭けをしていた。それには私は負けたことを認めなくてはならない。少なくともラムダにはね。
ベルンって捉えそうに見えてなかなか執念深いのね。つまりこういうことでしょ。私には負けたけどバトラやベアトに負けたわけじゃない。
俺たちと勝負したい、そういうことか。
恐ろしい敵であるぞ。
だが引けない。
分かっておる。エンジェをベルンカステル教のおもちゃにさせるわけにはいかぬ。
ベルンが正々堂々となんてね。
笑え
どうして？
ばありがとう。
私にできることは？
私のゲームの立ち会い人をお願
い。いいわよ。そのゲームに参加したらエンジェを解放することを約束できるならね。
当然であるぞ。
Stop. Is there more quizzing?
そなたの茶番に付き合う義理などない。
Don't fuck with me, Kaza. Is there more quizzes?
エンジェは戻らないわよ。
ならばそなたは負け犬の烙印を数百年間のんびり楽しむこととなろうぞ。
ベアト、挑発はよせ。引けない勝負だ。
無論よ、ラムダ。約束するわ。ゲームが終わったらエンジェは解放する。
私の顔に泥を塗らないでよ。私、書かされた恥は絶対に相手を後悔させるまで許さないんだから。
誓うわ。私たちの友情にかけて。
ヒュー。わかった。絶対の魔女ラムダデルタの名においてあんたたちの勝負の立ち会い人を引き受けるわ。バトラ、ベアト、異存はないわよね。
嬉しいわ。やっと私たちは戦えるのね。
いずれお前とは戦うことになると予感していた。
いつから？
わからない。ひょっとしたらお前の名を知るよりももっと前からかもしれない。 こいつもプレイヤーの一人だったんだ。ゲーム版を片付ける最後の最後で、こいつはやっと舞台に上がる勇気を持てた。俺はその勇気ある決闘の申し出を受けて立ちたい。お前の駒だった。あの勇敢な女の名にかけてな。
私はエリカに決闘を押し付けたわ。勝ちたかった。それ以上に負けたくなかった。敗北の味を知るかもしれない恐怖が私を災難だ。そして今にして思うと、あの時のあんたたちに
Yes.
私は嫉妬していたんだわ。
エリカはお前の優秀な駒で、俺の好敵手だった。その最後を見取らず、忘却の深淵に葬ったお前を、俺は許さない。
どうしろというの？
Is there
エ
actually
リカに謝れと。
Oh, sorry. Is there actually a quiz game?
そしてこのパーティーに招け。
エリカを救え。
わらわもバトラに同じだ。あやつは敵
Ah,
方の
welcome
駒な
back.
れど、その役割に忠実であったに過ぎぬ。好敵手なくしてゲームは成立せぬ。敵であることは変わらぬが、我らの大切な友人だ。
Important friend to who?
あれだけあんたたちを苦しめたのに。
俺たちはフェアに戦った。勝敗が互いの運命を分けた。決闘を交わした俺たちはずっと友人だ。
Such a man's
ベ
response.
ルも友人になりたいのよね。だからベルも
Someone tries to do me dirty like that, I'd be like, absolutely not.
笑えば。
笑わぬ。
Did I train with the monks to finish this game? No, I did not train with monks, but I did corner a bunch of fights this weekend. I'm not sure which are you referring to. My indomitable Umineko stamina or my foray into athleticism this last weekend?
エリカを深淵から。
No! Who asked for that? We don't want Erica. She's so annoying.
深淵の奥底に存在に放り投げたから、到着は遅れるかもしれない。
構わぬ。料理も酒も決して尽きることはないのだから。
おゆき、子猫、あの子をここに案内しなさい。
まさかあんたがエリカを許すなんてね。
許す気はないわ。だからもう私の駒じゃない。誰かが拾えば。あんただってリオ
That
た
would be
ちを
pretty
拾っ
sick,
たわけ
actually.
だし。
Technically, I have a cat that lives in my shadow. Her name is Neat. I got to set her so much today, you guys. I was so pumped about that.
甘ったるい時間はこれくらいでいいよ。すでに私には苦痛なの。
いいぜ。ゲームはどこでする？ここで賑やかにでも、静かないつもの場所でも、どこでも構わない。
ベルンカステル教がこれほどの大勢の前に姿を現す勇気を見せたのだ。これ以上いじめることもあるまいぞ。
Nice. 75 stream streak is crazy.
ならば、いつものあの場所しかないだろうぜ。
ベル、問題ない？
ないわ。
ごめんね、パーティーのみんな。私たちはちょっと失敬するけれど、みんなは引き続き楽しんでいてちょうだい。ゼパル、フルフル、あんたたちが盛り上げてて。エリカが来たらみんなで歓迎してあげて。
ラムダデルタ教仰せのままに。
では招こうぞ。我らが思考を巡らして戦うにふさわしいいつものあの部屋へ。
ゲームの用意はあるのか？
もちろんじっくりと作り上げた自信作のゲームよ。
This is the final episode, yes. Not like final episode stream, but episode 8 is the final episode of the game. So I think we have like maybe 1 or 2 more streams of Umineko.
ベルンカステル教の描くシナリオがどのようなものか興味があるぞ。
俺たちが青き真実で指摘し、お前が赤き真実でそれを弾く。そのルールで問題ないな。
私のゲームはもっとシンプルよ。ただの犯人当てクイズ。
Oh, nice. Hell
あ
yeah.
んたたちと赤やら青やらの攻防をやるつもりはないの。
へえ、それってどんなゲーム？先に見せてもらってもいい？
ね、簡単なゲームでしょ。
確かにこれはバトラたちがやっていた思考ゲームに比べたらはるかに単純だわ。これはもはや魔女と人間のゲームじゃない。
そうよ、これはもはや人間のゲーム。
驚いたわ。ベアトというファンタジーと戦うためにベルンが用意したゲームが純粋なミステリーだったなんてね。
説明してくれ。
極めてシンプルよ。ベルンの用意した物語を感激する。その中にはいくつかのルールがあるけれど、それに従って読み解くことで未知なる真実、すなわち回答が得られるようにできているの。
つまり普通に推理小説だってことなのか？
なるほど。となれば赤と青の真実のつばぜり合いなどもはや不要ということか。
Yes, give me the quizzes. Give me the quizzes immediately.
動機もトリックも切り捨てたあんたたちに求める答えはたった一点よ。
フーダニット。
なんと単純かつこれ以上ないほどに我らの決着にふさわしいゲームなのか。
そうだな。何の小細工もないストイックなまでにシンプルな。
これは正真正
That's
銘
fine,
の
just get to the quizzes.
立ち会い人として宣言するわ。
Oh my
こ
god,
の
this
ゲ
better
ー
be
ムは
relevant.
解けるようにできている。つまりあんたたちの決闘の舞台として公平であることを保証する。ベルン、これは老婆心だけれど本当にいいの？バトラとベアとはミステリー好きで交際を始めたのよ。私にはよくひねったシナリオだとは思えるけれど、この二人に通用するかはちょっとわからないわよ。
私の精一杯のシナリオが通用しないならその時はその時よ。
大事なのはベルンカステル教が渾身の力で描いたゲームであることだ。
そうだな。それが俺たちに通じるかどうか。ただそれだけのシンプルなゲームなんだ。ラムだ。
That's why mortal beings are so fucking annoying, is because they take 1,000 years to say stuff because time means nothing to them.
どういたしまして。私も嬉しいわ。ベルンが挑むというこの貴重な戦いに立ち会わせてもらえるなんて。
Yep, let's get to it. If I have to hear Lamb Delta say the same canned reply to these two one more time, I'm gonna choke her to death.
私もよ。
Add another murder to the board, you guys.
勝負の場にでもせずにね。そんなそれまでの自分に虫唾が走る。だから決闘させて。
Guys, I'm just cranky because I'm out of ramen.
受けて立とうぜ。
私が勝ったら今度こそあんたを思いっきり見下してあげる。
And before Nazi is the culprit. Oh my god.
私が負けるなら私がきっと忘れているに違いない。あの感情を思い出させて。
ベルンカステル、 お前が勝とうと負けようと。
Oh my god, just get to it!
何
Ah,
この決闘が終わったら
their lead up to everything takes so fucking forever.
これ以上はやめて。
My chief complaint about Umineko, by the way. It's not the writing, like, the story necessarily. It's the fact that they take 100 years to get to the point. It's like, we'll be going to the garden. We'll be going to pick roses. Oh, I quite enjoy the roses in the garden we're going to pick. And it's like, just go to the fucking garden!
朗読の巫女は自分の口を通して物語を脚色することも歪めることもできる。たとえ私のゲームに小細工がなくとも、朗読の術でいくらでもそれをすることができる。
Okay, fair enough. That wouldn't be too bad. Just Ava, Natsuki being like, are you hurt? Sorry.
あんたたちとしたい決闘はシンプルでありたいの。だから朗読者はいらない。あなたたちが
Oh, is this necessary? They just explained this.
物語を読みなさい。
いいの？それじゃ
Whoever wrote this, when I catch you, oh, when I catch you.
わかった。
Just be slicing you with typewriter
俺た
ribbons.
ちが自分で物語を読む。
朗読者がいないということは、いわゆる物語のとがきに一切の虚偽が混じらぬということか。
受けて立つぞ、ベルンカステル。何の小細工もない。正真正銘のミステリーの一騎打ち。
Guys, can you imagine if I did this very same bit where I just said the same thing over and over and over again? I'd be like, yep, so soon we'll be playing the game. We'll be playing the game soon. Don't worry, you guys. Soon we'll be playing the game. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Imagine that there's just 2 or 3 of me here. Same people, just in different outfits. And we're all just talking about how we're about to start the game. We're gonna start the game, guys. Ooh, we're about to start the game. It's gonna be such a good game, you guys. That's what I'm saying. It would piss all of you guys off, too. You know, not all of my bits are funny, but at least they're not cruel like this. Fucking get to it, Burn Castle. Oh my god.
そうでなくては、奇跡の魔女ベルンカステル教の挑戦状、確かに受け取ったぞ。
さあ、勝負開始だ。ゲームマスター、後宮バトラー、そして無限の魔女ベアトリーチェがお相手してやる。ぶっ飛ばされても泣くんじゃねえぞ。
食らうといいわ。これがベルンカステルのミステリー。
Okay. Cool. Finally. I'm timestamping this, by the way. The game finally fucking starts. Oh my god. Alright, who's our 6 corpses this time? Hold on. Bring out our handy dandy crime board. Guys, this is just adult Blue's Clues. Fuck, they got us, you guys. Listen. I do have a favorite pony, but you're unfortunately gonna need to leave, because how dare you come into my room with that? How dare you? Get him out of here. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, we're gonna... Board template, no. Try again. So much paper last stream, but you know what? I think it's kind of fun. I think I even tucked one of those pieces of paper into one of my manuscripts too, so somebody will be getting that piece of paper. There we go. There's the duplicate. Ugh, whatever. Okay, so episode 1. Turn it to our murder mystery board. And of course, I missed most of those. Damn it. The one time this thing's going quickly. Oh, God forbid we go through that back and forth too early, but okay. Her own parents. So, I want that to be bigger, actually. So, I'm just going to put an embellishment here. So, I want this to be much larger. Okay, so her own parents. Gone. Inudo. Hideyoshi. Okay. Aunt Eva. Okay. Genji, for some reason. I don't know why I thought I read Goda. And Aunt Rosa. Okay. Oh wait, I should probably write down when they died too. Just so I remember for... Oh, creepy. Leave that there for just a moment. So I'm going to use as 1, 1, 1. I don't like that. These are the first deaths. What? Why would you make all these crazy lines? Okay. So we have all of our first deaths there. Do you have any second deaths? That is exactly like how my catmate does that. I'm like, ooh, kitty kitty, and then she's like, hi, stupid bitch, and then she runs a little further, and it gets me every time. Every single time. 6 months in a row, turns out. That's true, yeah. I thought maybe that could have potentially been a translation situation. Fun. Keycat. Right. Ooh, Kraus and Natsui's corpses. In the Rose Garden, Shannon and Jessica. Hold on. Jeez, calm down, Umineko. This is the one time you want to go super quick. Okay. Shannon. Jessica. So. One was in the dining room. Two was in Natsui's room. Three was in the Rose Garden. Nanjo, go to Kumasawa. Nanjo. Whoops. Nanjo. Go to Kumasawa. Oh no! I can't count. Sorry, 1 second, you guys. This would be the fourth. Would be the fourth set of corpses, so yes. House. Okay. I don't know. Is that 13 corpses? Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, it is in fact 13. Listen.
死体発見時のこと話してくれ。
食堂は施錠さ
I
れ
don't
ていました。
understand. I thought he was dead.
食堂に鍵はついていますが、
Hold
普
on.
段施錠することなどありません。
Am I stupid? 1 second. Okay, guest house. Natsui, blah blah blah. Outside the front door is Nanjo. Oh, okay, these must be at different times then. So this is the order of their deaths. I see, but Goda is not yet dead. As of, okay, so 1 second. So as of, where's our thing here? So I'm gonna just make a note of that. Goda is alive at 6 a.m. What does purple mean? Kaza, is that a combination? Is that just a combination of blue and red? The dining hall was locked. Up. Okay.
ノックしたのですが返事はなく。
そこに私が来たのです。万一のこともあるから鍵を開けてみたらと勧めたのです。
マスターキーで扉を開けると中は恐ろしいことに。
エヴァ様、秀吉様、
Okay,
ルド
so
ルフ様、
allegedly,
ローザ様、そして源氏さんの計6人が
go to
血まみれになって倒れていたのでございます。
Kumasawa saw the number 1 bodies.
それであとは大騒ぎだ。全員が食堂に集まった。
思い出したくもあります。それぞれの親の亡骸にすがり泣き叫ぶ子供たち。
ひょっとしたら生きているかもと。みんな懸命に揺さぶってたぜ。
Poke them in their eyes.
ダメでした。お子様方はそれぞ
Okay.
れ自分の
Also,
間違いなく死んでいることを確認なさいました。
僕と南條先生は源氏様が死んでいることを確認しました。
okay, so all but the number 1 bodies appeared alive at 8 a.m.
むごたらしい殺され方でした。私でなくとも誰も検視は謝りません。
犠牲者はみんな即死だったろうね。
食堂内を調べた結果、扉も窓も全て施錠され密室であったことが分かった。
そして食堂内から不審なものは何も見つからなかった。
もちろん食堂内に何者かが隠れているということもなかったよ。
隠れるも何も、私たちは今ここに全員がいるではないかね。誰も隠れていないことは明白だ。
でも父さん、となるとおかしいよ。殺された6人、食堂は密室。どうやって殺して逃げたんだ。
考えたくはありませんが、マスター
poison, small
が
bombs.
怪しいでしょう。
6人を殺し、マスターキーで施錠して
Carbon monoxide.
妥当な推理だ。
とんでもありません。
What were the state the corpses were in?
Master key 以外の方法で外から施錠する手段は
存在しないわ。これじゃダメね。赤き真実で語るわ。すべての扉の施錠、解錠はマスターキーでしか行えない。もちろん部屋の内側からはマスターキーがなくとも施錠、解錠が可能。
Right, that's funny.
他に質問は？
Their assets couldn't be rendered.
固有の鍵があるはずでは。
本来なら存在するわね。
No, but those are annoying and
でも
tedious.
ゲームが複雑になるので
Nice.
解除させてもらったわ。
I don't hate that.
赤き真実。マスターキー以外の鍵は存在しないこととする。
つまりこのゲームに登場するすべての施錠はマスターキーでしか開け閉めができないってわけか。
Or they can be manually locked
実にシンプルなゲー
or
ムだ
unlocked.
わ。
となれば次はマスターキーの本数と所持者を確定せねばな。
マスターキーは合計5本。
Not
5人の
six.
使用人が1本ずつを持ってる。特別
Hold
な
on.
方法で管理されていて。
Oh, I guess there are only 5 servants. My bad. Who's the 5th servant then? And I just got 2 master keys?
マスターキーは常に身につけられており、奪うことも譲渡することも自分以外の人間が使用することもできない。
なんだそれ。それはもはや鍵ってより指紋認証システムみたいなもんだな。
面白い例えよ。つまりこのゲームの世界ではマスターキー云々ではなく使用人5人にしか開閉はできぬというわけだ。
源氏さんのマスターキーを回収しようとしたんだがどうにもならなくてね。
後のトラブルを予防するため源氏のマスターキーを破壊しておきました。
Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Hold on. Oh, this is just before, because I was like, Natsuhi and Mr. Spit Kraus.
「奥様の部屋は施錠されておりました。食堂の時と同じです。
皆さんの許可を得て私が鍵を開けました。
部屋の中にはクラウス様と夏日様が倒れていました。
南條先生がすぐに脈を取ったぜ。そして2人とも即死だったと宣言した。
はい、私が2人の死亡を確認しました。 れは間違いなく即死でした。
私は何かの手がかりがないか部屋中を探し回ったよ。その結果、窓も扉も完全に施錠されていて密室だったことが分かった。
またしても密室、またしてもマスターキーを持つ私たちが疑われることに。
しかしご安心を。奥様に疑われていた私たちは互いを見張り合っていたのです。
私たち使用人全員は常に一緒におりました。
僕たち使用人全員はそれぞれが使用人全員のアリバイを証明できます。
こりゃ面白い。今度はさらに完璧な密室だって言いたいのか。
最初の密室には全員にアリバイがなかった。そして今度の密室には全員にアリバイがあることになっている。
この世界では使用人たちそのものが生きたマスターキーとなっている。その使用人たちのアリバイが完璧である以上、夏日の部屋の施錠は不可能だぞ。
僕たちは現場を保全することにした。
外からガムテープでベタベタと窓や扉を封印したよ。
きっとこの部屋に犯人の何かの手がかりが残ってるはず。警察が来るまで絶対誰の出入りもできないようにした。
となりゃ食堂も同じだ。俺たちはさらに食堂も同様に封印した。
そもそも屋敷自体を保全するべきではということになりましたが、屋敷自体にも封印をし、私たちは全員ゲストハウスへ避難しました。
屋敷全体に封印？窓全部をベタベタとか？はしごをかけて3階の窓までか？
ゲームが複雑になるので単純化するわ。すべての
Nah,
窓
the
には
duct tape is cool.
鉄格子が入っており、窓からの出入りは不可能である。よって玄関と裏口の2つの扉を封印するだけで屋敷は封印できることにする。
Windows have bars on them. So they are physically
なるほどな。そりゃ簡単だ。
どう考える？
夏日おばさんの部屋にいた2人を殺すこと自体はたやすい。ノックをして開けてもらえばいいだけの話だ。しかしその後に施錠ができない。
施錠は使用人にしかできないわ。使用人全員にはアリバイがあるぞ。
使用人全員がグルって可能性さえなければな。
or they were poisoned, locked the door, and then perished within the room.
まだ疑ってるぜ。
食堂で死んでいた6人の誰かが生きていて犯行を。
I don't know. What's that called?
エリカの状況だな。
Are you in the bathroom or bedroom? Bedroom?
thank you. Yeah, sorry guys. Of course, the moment we get back on stream, my cat asks for crunchies. Such a little piglet. Alrighty. I can't help but be suspicious when people examine corpses.
最初の食堂の6人の犠牲者の誰かが生きていたと。
ああ。そしてその後、クラウス夫妻を殺した。そして内側から施錠し、室内に隠れていて、木を見て逃げ出したんだ。
Or how were they killed?
通った推理である。
赤で語るわ。
Can we see it on the character sheet? The people that are dead? I guess not. Oh, he's gone in this one. Perfect. So we don't even have to worry about Kenzo. So just black out Kenzo. Okay, so Kenzo is a corpse. And okay, so Kenzo's been dead since the start. It has nobody else. Oh, one more time. Is Angie in this list? She's not. It's the base people.
第一の番の犯人は確実に6人を殺している。
ならば、わらわも青き真実で追求しようぞ。
Not those
密室
6 people.
の正体はこうだ。犯人は内側から施錠し、夏日の部屋内に隠れていたのだ。そして一同が退出した後、木を見て脱出した。
いいわ。赤で否定する。一同は退出と同時に部屋を封印した。その退出に犯人は加われない。そして夏日の部屋、食堂、屋敷のすべての封印は決して破られることはない。
ってことはつまりベッドの下に隠れて後でこっそり抜け出すというトリックは使えないってことなのね。
Okay.
面白い。なかなかだぜ、ベルンカステレ。
どうも。
Wait, we just skipped the third Twilight? What the hell is that about? We're just gonna skip the third Twilight? He's right there. Oh, I see. Because I was gonna say the third murders are the Rose Garden. Did it not say that Shannon and Jessica were okay?
用事で表へ出たシャノンちゃんとカノン君がいつまでも戻らないんだ。
ジョージ兄さんが騒ぎ出し、全員で外に出てシャノンたちを探すことになったんだ。
シャノンさんはバラ庭園に倒れておりました。ほいたわし
生きててくれと願ったさ。でも僕は彼女が死んでいることを認めなければならなかった。
無論私も検視し彼女の死亡を確認しました。
二人が出かけた時、私たちはゲストハウスの戸締まりを確認するためにいろいろとやっていました。だから私たちにはみんなアリバイがないのです。
僕が殺すものか？僕に殺せるものか？
うん、ジョージお兄ちゃんには殺せないね。
うん。その後、ジョージ兄さんにだけはアリバイがあることが分かったんだ。シャノン殺しに限ってはジョージ兄さんには不可能なんだ。
逆に言えばジョージの兄貴以外なら誰にでも殺せたわけだ。
犯人に悪用されるのを防ぐため、シャノンさんの持ってたマスターキーはその場で破壊しました。
シャノンが殺されると同時にカノンは永遠に行方不明となるわ。
Interesting.
以後カノンは殺されたものとして扱う。カノンのマスターキーも破壊されたものとして扱うわ。
Interesting.
まあ無粋だから割愛するけど、シャノンが死んだんだからそういうことになるわよね。
つまり死体はなくともシャノンとカノンは同時に殺されたという解釈で良い。
Well, of course.
そうなるわ。
順調に事件は進んでいくな。
Okay, so Mr. Kitty, who killed them? Who killed them, Mr. Kitty? Okay. Okay, so for the Okay, so for the fourth Twilight, we have... Okay. Back here. Okay, so... Ganon is dead. Ganon is missing. But is dead. And both their master keys are destroyed. But what about Canon's death? Could George have killed Canon? Did Oh, what a pain in the ass. Alright, fair enough. Wouldn't be Umineko if they didn't completely obscure something very important from us. Okay. And I think that that takes care of that.
合田さんも熊沢さんもこの傷では即死だったでしょう。むごたらしい死に方です。
この傷で生きてるわけあるもんか。
Okay, now we see that Goda and Kumasama are dead.
死んでるよ。合田さんも熊沢さんも。
戸締まり確認とか見回りとかいろいろやってたからな。今回もまた俺たちには全員アリバイがない。
そんなことはないよ。見てごらん。あんな殺し方をしたら絶対に犯人は返り血を浴びるはずなんだ。
でもいとこ全員もそして南條先生も返り血は浴びてないね。
私たち全員は、つまりいとこ4人と南條先生には合田さんと熊沢さんは殺せない。
となれば犯人は俺たち以外の誰かであることは明白だ。
何者かの侵入を疑って調べたけれどゲストハウスの戸締まりは完璧だったよ。
犯人はやはりマスターキーを持っているのかもしれません。
それはありえねえぞ。マスターキーはもうここで死んでる2人の2本以外存在しない。
現存する2本のマスターキーがこうしてゲストハウス内に残っている以上、ゲストハウスは完璧な密室なんだ。
完璧でないから人が死んだんだけどね。
Oh, this wasn't all part of the fourth Twilight. I'll put that as something then. Truth. I see. Seventh Twilight. Seventh Twilight. There's 9 Twilights, right? Okay. Dr. Nanjo is dead. Oh my gosh. I mean, listen. I mean, isn't it around his birthday? I don't know, you guys. Or no, he was born during the Angie arc, wasn't he?
僕でさえこれは即死だったに違いないと一目でわかるよ。
戸締まりは完璧だよ。密室なのにどうして？
じゃあ俺たちの中に犯人がいるってことになるぞ。
それはありえない。状況から判断して私にもマリアにもバトラにもジョージ兄さんにも南條先生は殺せない。
そもそもゲストハウス内で南條先生を殺すことは不可能なんだ。
I'm assuming purples are lies. Like objectively.
つまりこいつは南條先生がゲストハウスを出ていない証拠だ。
じゃあ南條先生は殺せないってことになるね。なのになんで殺されてるの
？I will. It won't keep it from me. Dr. Nanjo is dead. What a creepy little rat.
俺もジョージの兄貴もマリアもジェシカは殺せねえぞ。
Hold on, what's this song? Okay, so who's still alive? Oh, okay, so that really does only leave the kids left. Alright.
れで私の物語はおしまいよ。
なかなかよくできてるじゃない。ちゃんと朗読したならベアとのゲームに混じってても不思議じゃない物語だったわ。
それは認めるぜ。よくできてたな。
まあここから朗読して感激に耐えるものにするのが骨なのであるが、
しかし何が何だかさっぱりだぜ。まともに考えたら犯人は後ろ宮家以外の
No, it seems very clear it's someone within the family battler.
そ
Jesus.
れは魔女を認めるも同じだ。他にも犯人に協力する共犯者の存在などが疑えるだろう。
そもそもあの紫の文字は何なんだ。新しいルールか。
紫の発言と呼ぶわ。話を分かりやすくするために作ったルール。紫の発言は重要な発言であると認識してくれれば結構。逆に言えば紫でない発言は無視することも可能かもしれない。
ほう、そりゃ親切な話だな。
では紫の発言は赤き真実に準ずるのか。
ええ、紫の発言は赤き真実と同じ力があると考えていいわ。ただし一つだけ例外がある。それは犯人は紫の発言で嘘をつくことができるということよ。
なるほど。逆に言えば犯人以外は嘘をつけないってわけか。
紫の発言、これがどうやらベルンカステル教のゲームの鍵であるわけだ。
ええ、そうよ。私のゲームのルールの前提を説明するわ。以上よ。
犯人の定義は殺人者であるか。もっともな話だぜ。
犯人は嘘をつく可能性がある。これももっともな話であるぞ。
犯人は殺人以前にも嘘をつける。そりゃそうだろうな。
犯人でない人物は真実のみを語る。ありがたい話であるな。
犯人でない人物は犯人に協力しないですって。
これはつまり口裏を合わせる共犯者がいないということ。
やられたな。犯人をかばってアリバイを捏造している奴がいると疑ってたんだ。
おあいにくね。
犯人は全ての殺人を自らの手で直接行う。つまりトラップなどの遠距離殺人、間接殺人はないというわけだ。
Is poison an indirect murder?
つまり殺害後密室を構築して自殺ってことはないってわけか。
それはつまり死者は犯人ではないってことにもなるわね。
Okay.
それは地味に重要な情報であるぞ。
The culprit is a
犯人
male.
は登場人物の中にいる。未知の人物が島に紛れ込んでってのはなしってわけ
だ。登場人物は金蔵を除いたいつものお約束の17人ね。それ以外は登場しないし関係がない。
紫の発言は赤き真実と同じ価値がある。ただし犯人のみ紫の発言で嘘がつき、これが厄介であるな。
ゲームの肝ってところだろうぜ。それでゲームの前提とやらは終わりか。
最後に付け加えるとしたら朗読者は嘘をつかないというくらいかしら。つまりセリフでないとがき部分に嘘は存在しないということよ。やってもよかったけれど ゲームが複雑になってめんどくさいし。
魔女の特権を自ら手放すとは大した余裕であるな。
それでも勝てるつもりなんだろうぜ。
私からは以上で全てよ。これ以上は何の質問もヒントも出すつもりはないわ。
立ち会い人として最後に改めて宣言するわ。以上の情報で犯人が特定できることを保証する。
よし、了解した。
腕が鳴るぞ。そなたと共にまた同じミステリーに挑めるとはな。
ああ、楽しませてもらおうぜ。
How many culprits are there? Are there one or two? Hints. I already have 2 theories. Oh, that's awesome! Yes, I want this one. So these are the 2 that aren't confirmed as being dead. These are all confirmed 100% dead. Fuck yeah. That's so awesome. Okay. Oh, they're not guaranteed to be dead? But I can't click on them. I have 3 theories. What's back? Oh. Oh, the stream died. I see. I have 3 theories now. One of my theories is that Shannon poisoned everybody. But then, if Shannon did die in the Rose Garden, right? Then how did she kill everybody but George, Rattler, and Maria? So it's probably not Shannon this time. So then I think maybe it's George. Maybe George killed all of these people. And then upon finding out that Shannon was actually Cannon said that. Well, Shannon and Cannon both said that. They're the same person. So it could still technically be this is the murder. But I like the idea better of George poisoning all these people. Right? He poisons all these people and enacts revenge for his girlfriend. And then finding out that his girlfriend is in fact a boyfriend, kills her, and then knowing that Jessica also knows the dark secret, kills her as well, so that no one knows his dark truth. And then it's just him, his homeboy that has no idea, and an actual child. That's annoying. Okay, third theory, which is a little more fun. Tiramisu, having lived with the weight of his crime for far too long, needs to kill everyone. So he poisons everyone with medical juice. And that's how they are locked in their room, is because of poison, slow-acting poison. Then, right, then Jessica catches him, and he's like, oh damn, gotta kill Jessica too, gotta sweep the board as it were. But he leaves the 3 dinguses, because they have no idea, and then he fucks off to Taiwan to start a blood pressure medication business. That's a fun theory. You know what I mean? So it's probably not what happened. But let's see. Okay. Purple by chapter. The dining hall is locked up. Probably true. Yep. Okay. Oh, okay. No, this is fucking peak. Episode 8 is the best so far. That's basically the same. Shocker, that's basically the same statement from the two of them. The culprit... Okay, so, just to clarify, Kaza. It says, the culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. Is the culprit from the first Twilight the same as the other Twilights? Or is there a second culprit? Because that changes my theory and doesn't necessarily ruin this. Listen, you guys, I believe that since the very beginning I've been begging for cake. And finally, not only cake, but a clickable cake. You knew how this was gonna go. I can amend pretty much every one of my theories for there being a second culprit. It would not change very much for me. The culprit who killed people in the first Twilight has killed 6 people by the time the red truth is stated. Second Twilight. Oh, yeah. Or I could do this. You guys didn't see any of that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna blur that in the vlogs.
そもそも
Oh, I went too far again. I was gonna try and save right before this little dealy bob here.
Mari.
Good. Can I guess multiple times or only the one? I can't see that one more time. Possible for them to lie. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with the culprit. A culprit must carry out all the murders directly by their own hands. A culprit must not die. A culprit must be among the characters appearing in the story. Okay. Okay. Where? Right here? Hold on. Is it this? Is it this? What? Oh, the delay here is gonna kill me. Alright. A culprit. Meaning that there could potentially be two. Because I'm nervous. Would Jessica be considered a kid or an adult? Only Maria counts as a kid, huh? Oh my gosh, you guys. here are my theories. And if any of them make sense, we will proceed. Otherwise, this is going to turn into a bit of a stalemate. Because I'm going to lose confidence in any of these and then just guess nothing. Okay. So, what was my first theory again? My first theory is that this is lovers, which is always a fun mystery trope. So, Shannon poisons all these people. She didn't intend to poison either Hideyoshi, but she wasn't actually that opposed to it, right? She was trying to poison all the adults for the most part, but they left. These two left. And then George is kind of pissed about that because his parents are dead now, even though she's just like, man, fuck those guys, right? Genji's just kind of a casualty of war because I bet he's like the poison taster situation, so that's how he gets caught in the crossfire, because that's poison. Then the second two people that get killed are Kraus and Natsuhi, perhaps even... probably not him. They get killed, right? And then after they get killed, Nanjo gets killed. Kumasawa gets killed. Goda's gotta get killed because he has to take the fall for this whole poison food situation. And then maybe even perhaps he kills Shannon. Does Shannon still count as a kid, quote unquote? Theory 2. Right? Second theory is that Tiramisu killed all these people. And Jessica saw him, so he had to murder her. And he fucks off to Taiwan for his medical malpractice. Alternative... I feel like this would be the lamest one, but either Kairi or Eva or Rosa, one of the women, are not actually dead, but they have killed one of the other women and dressed them up, perhaps. So, like, maybe Rosa killed one of them is not dead, and then they have been killing these people. But I don't see what the motive would be for that. So I don't see really a motive for Tiramisu to be killed by anyone but Shannon or Cannon. And I don't really see a motive for anyone to kill Jessica other than George. So I feel like that's gotta be it. I feel like it's gotta be Shannon and Cannon. And maybe even perhaps George. Because none of these other people... You need a motive to kill... How dare you? Tiramisu is a pillar of this community, okay? He likes little cakes and performing unsanctioned reassignment surgeries for youths, okay? He's a Renaissance man. Now, I don't disagree that he should maybe be punished for those particular crimes, but in the sake of Umineko, that appears to be Gucci with everybody. Did say all I have to worry about is the whodunit. Oh yeah, you must have missed a major plot line here. Tried to do a good thing. Yeah, but like realistically, who else here? Unless he delivered Rosa's baby, Maria, who else would have any reason to kill Nanjo? No one, right? Surely, no one in this whole room would have any reason to do that. Maybe Natsuhi. But that doesn't make any sense to me either, because Natsuhi, kills Tiramisu because he's the only one that knows she pushed a baby off of a cliff, but like, why now? Like, why would you wait 19 years to murder somebody? That's crazy. A motive isn't needed. Well, a motive is what makes it make sense. Why would you kill 13 people with no motive? You just vibing? But then the thing that's throwing me off here a little bit is that Maria says that George couldn't kill an adult, he can only kill a child. And he looks pissed about that. So, like, let's go back to that. Look at his face. And then he says, Jessica probably died instantly. No way. She died instantly. Jessica's being really, or not Jessica, Maria's being really annoying right here. Like, and he seems kind of pissed off right now. He's like, as if Maria could kill someone. Like, what an odd thing to say. You know? What a strange thing. Why would you even bring that up? She's 9 years old. George, of course she's not murdering anyone. She's 9 years old. Crazy. And then she rebuts, George couldn't kill an adult, he could only kill a kid. Look at his face. What's going on here? You know? And Battler completely oblivious to two sociopaths behind him right now. He's just like, oh, everybody around me is always dying. Meanwhile, everybody around him is fucking plotting to murder. Or will kill someone? Interesting. Okay. So there's still potentially further yet deaths. Okay. One more time. I guess there was no point to that. I could have just waited like half a second. Well, am I not supposed to... If rendering different faces wasn't important, why would they do it? I mean, they'll add in 16 extra things of dialogue, but God forbid they do a single different facial explanation that they don't need to. Facial expression is what I was looking for. Fuck, what was I looking for? Okay. Nothing. Causes a fucking sadist is what he is. Or Goda. Unfortunately, it's never Goda doing the murders, which I'm really pissed about. Why is it never Goda doing the murders? Hate that guy, right? Anyone could have killed her besides George. Well, it's for sure not Jessica, because she's weak as shit. She's not around at all. So we can trust that most of her shit's probably... Regarding Shannon's death, it was impossible for George to be the murderer. Okay, is it impossible for him to be the murderer because she's not dead? Oh, right. So that's not what I wanted to look up. I wanted to look up regarding Shannon's death. From now on, Canon is treating it as having been killed. Also, his master key is destroyed. Okay, but it doesn't say he's dead. That's what I wanted to look up. Okay. Who killed Jessica? Okay. I'm gonna try... Like the culprits. Is the game gonna give me a penalty for clicking both of these or not clicking both of them because they're the same person? I will be penalized if I'm wrong. Yes, but does the game count them as different people? Or, for example, if I did this, is it gonna be like, Or if I did this, is it gonna be like, Do I have to do this? Like, or does the game recognize this as an either-or situation? Is my very specific question. You son of a... Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay, I'm gonna do it like this the first time, and if we get a hint, I'm gonna be pissed. So just make a note of that.
Murasakiの発言とやらが厄介であるな。
赤き真実並みに重要な発言だが、
針が混じってるかもしれないパンをそのまま丸飲みにして食べるバカはいないわ。
うん。すべての紫を鵜呑みにしていると。
針の混じったパンか。せっかくの貴重な情報も一粒の嘘のせいで台無しってわけだ。
この大量の紫の中のどれが一体嘘なのか考えるだけで頭が痛くなるというものよ。
ならここでチェス盤をひっくり返してみようじゃねえか。
ほうというと
簡単な話さ。どれが嘘かじゃない、どれは確実に真実かってことに注目するんだ。
確実に真実とわかる紫など存在するのか。
それを探すんだ。絶対に犯人じゃないと確定できるやつを探す。それを見つけることができれば、そいつの紫の発言は全て赤き真実と同じってことになるんだ。
なるほど。犯人を探すのではなく、まずは絶対に犯人
I already did that game.
というわけか。基本であるな。
そういうことさ。必ずいるはずだ。丹念に探してみよう。
まずは第一歩というところね。
お手並み拝見という。
False, I have actually. I have written all of them down. Quick and easy way to check guaranteed deaths. What are you talking about? Read one of the rules. A culprit must carry out all murders and must not die. Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with the culprit. Characters who are not culprits must speak the truth. Okay. Okay, so for sure, Jessica's not a culprit. Goda and Kumasawa are for sure dead. Okay. For sure, dead. The four cousins and Dr. Nanjo could not have killed Goda and Kurosawa. How did I decide that she's 100% dead? There's no way she could have lived through this. Probably right there. Out of Maria. Maria can't kill anyone, she's a child. We already established that in the earlier things. Or is that rule changed for episode 5? Maria is 9 years old. How could she murder any of these people? Unless she's just packing poison and bombs in that jacket. Eva. Anyone's free game? Well, what the hell? Are you being dead ass right now? That doesn't count for episode 8? That was my whole premise, is that she's 9. She can't have been killing any of these people. Guess it wasn't her.
絶対に犯人でない人物とは。
ルールにつまりひでえ話。
ほう、それはわかりやすい。ほとんどの人物は殺された。それらの人物の紫は。
ところがそう簡単な話じゃない。俺とお前のゲームでもたびたび問題になった。
どの犠牲者も南條も紫。
南條先生が犯人だったら一見どの犠牲者も検出されているように見えるが 100% じゃない。
では誰の死なら。
とにかく紫発言なんてあやふやなものじゃなくて
Alright. So I'll not be tricked again. Turns out, the 9-year-old can't kill anyone. So I'm gonna put a circle around her with a line through it. The heels on Natsuhi's room. So that means Natsuhi, Kraus, and the dining hall. Okay. So those are all sealed. Right. The group sealed the room at the same time they left. What does they mean here? The servants? No culprit joined the group as they left. What else other than Reddit purpose and request? The power of friendship? I don't know. They is the group. All of the windows have steel bars on them. Check rules again. Oh! Narration. Okay. I read the story. I don't really care about the first Twilight. Pretty sure those people are dead. Second Twilight, Natsuhi's room. Also don't really care about that. Fourth Twilight in the Rose Garden. Okay, so if we go into logs. Two silhouettes could be seen in the chapel. Nope, that's Angel. Yes. So I have Kraus, Natsuhi, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kairi, Rosa, Genji, Kumasawa, and Goda. Because all those rooms were sealed, and they're not going to be broken, which I believe was set in red. Oh. Nanjo dies. I really like this theory. It's not Nanjo. It's a shame. I would have liked to see it be Nanjo. Maybe it's Nanjo and someone else? What if? And hear me out. It's not these two. Man, we don't like a medical malpractice situation. Okay, now I'm just gonna retest my theory that it's not this. Okay. Just wanted to test it. Make sure it wasn't being all precious about picking Shannon and Cannon.
Batora, 見よ。第7の番の南條については、ト書きではっきりと殺されたと記されているぞ。
俺も見つけたぜ。第8の番のジェシカについて、ト書きではっきりと無残な死体だったと記している。
Yeah, but I already know that.
ということは、つまり
南條先生とジェシカ、この2人は確実に死んでいるということ。
I already had that listed.
そしてそれは
南條とジェシカが犯人ではないことを示しているというわけだ。そしてそれは
この2人の紫発言は赤き真実も同然というわけだ。
うん。
It's a fun theory.
そういうことだ。
I wrote it down.
南條とジェシカの紫発言を書き出してみよう。これは赤き真実も同然だ。ようやく見えてきた。つまり誰であっても検視は謝らないということ。
犯人でないことが確定したこの2人。
つまり南條とジェシカが死亡を確認した人物もまた犯人ではないことが確実になるというわけだ。
Oh, no, I have that. I have both of those written down.
順調ね。
不思議なものね。順調だと悔しいけれど、行き詰まられてもそれはそれで退屈だわ。
Hey, I used to put it in the stream chat, but nobody ever watched it, so I have it all saved. It tanks the internet to do 2 streams.
犯人ではありえない人物を探してみよう。
As you command. I'll put it in the stream chat. It might be kind of small. I don't know how this will compress. Into the stream chat it goes. Whoop. I missed that last part. No, Mr. Runts, you don't need those things. Guess you don't know. The 4 cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda and Kumasawa. Here's the other thing, too. Does the culprit... I have to grab a water. Hold me to... Oh, I have one over there. Nice. Here's the thing. Does the culprit have to kill every single person? Or if there's 2 culprits, can the first culprit kill half the people, and then the second culprit kill the other half? This doesn't necessarily mean that Nanjo didn't kill some people, okay? It just means he didn't kill Goda and Kugasawa. So that didn't remove my cool Taiwan theory. That just means he can't have killed anyone past the 7th twilight. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Yes, of course, I know Nanjo's dead. I know the moment that Nanjo died was in the 7th twilight. So it's possible that he could have killed people in the 1st, 2nd, and 4th twilight, but not the 5th and 6th, because it said right in Jessica's thing that it was impossible for that. Well, now he can't. And culprits can't die. Yeah, it can't die, like, ever, because everybody dies. A culprit must not die. Yeah, but the example it gave is, like, 6 people locked in a room, and the culprit's in the room. The culprit can't be dead, ever. The culprit can't ever die during the entirety of the game. Oh, okay, shit. Alright, so... It was not Maria. Okay, so then the only other person that I have... So, Jessica. I'm not choosing them as the culprits. I'm saying these people are dead. Just so that we can all see them at the same time. Dead, dead. I wish I could make these red, actually. Dead. Dead, 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 dead. So this is all we have left. Maybe potentially these two. So it's gotta be, and it's not her. We already confirmed that. So it's gotta be one of these two.
Butler. 南條とジェシカの紫。
この2人が死亡を確認した人物は間違いなく死んでいる。
No. That gets defied by some of the rules. Damn it! Because it says back there that none of the 4 cousins could have... None of the 4 cousins or Nanjo. Hmm.
そして、それは間違いなく犯人でないことを示す。
そうなれば、信頼できる紫発言がさらに増えるということだな。
まず南條先生だ。第2の番の犠牲者のクラウスおじさん、夏日おばさんの死亡を確認。
Yeah, we already have that.
シャノンの死亡も確認しているな。
Where else? Natsuhi. And it's not Henry. And it's not Shannon.
第5、第6の番の郷田さんと熊沢さんの死亡も確認している。
一気に白が増えたぞ。南條、ジェシカに加え、クラウス、夏日、シャノン、郷田、熊沢は犯人ではないということだ。
それだけじゃない。
Maybe I erase. Nope, not erase. We're just gonna do it in a different color. It's gotta be... We'll do it in orange. So in orange, we have Kraus, Natsuhi, Cannon, Goda, Kumasawa. That cannot be culprits. Also can't be Nanjo. Or Jessica. Hey, interesting. Because that is... Maybe. That's interesting, I guess. We'll see. That's not all.
第4の番人ベルンカステルの赤き真実でカノン君の死亡も宣言されてる。犯人は死なないんだから。カノン君も犯人じゃない。
南條、ジェシカ、クラウス、ナッツィ、シャノン、カノン、ゴーダ、熊沢。この8人は犯人ではない。
Nanjo, Jessica, Natsuhi, and can I go to Yeah, I already knew that.
あらら、いきなり容疑者が8人も減らされちゃったわよ。
ここまでは順当でしょ。ここからよ。
これで信用できる紫発言がどっと増えたぞ。ここからが本番だ。
Guys, have you ever, are you guys familiar with a game called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And what would happen is, behind the studio, there would be 4 questions, right? There'd be A, B, C, and D. And the contestant would have an option to say 50-50, right? If they've got it between 2 options, they can eliminate 2 other options. And what they would do is, you think that there's an even chance, right, that it'll remove the probability of some of those things, right? But what they would do is, let's say contestants had it between A and D, and they would say, oh man, wow, I can't decide between A or D. I'm going to choose a 50-50, and then that'll eliminate one of the answers I'm quibbling about, and then that will make it easier to figure this out. And so then they would say 50-50, and then every single time, turns out, it would eliminate the 2 options that they had no intention of choosing at all. So, like, it would be between Madrid and Rome, or something like that. And they'd be like, ah, damn. Every time. This is a murder mystery. I wrote all of this down. Okay. Goda is alive at 6 in the morning. The dining hall is locked up. Goda and Kumasawa saw all of those bodies. We can trust them. But it doesn't say that those bodies were dead, I guess. But Nanjo... Absolutely. 50-50 is a cope, and it's literally just to trick you. Okay. wakes up. All's locked up. He arrives. Did anyone confirm the deaths of the 6? That's what I'm looking at. The death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. So, I already chose Rosa and Maria. So it can't be Rosa and Maria, because they would have both had to be culprits. So I don't think it's that. Because that makes sense. Rosa and Maria are like, let's kill everybody and get this money. We have to leave no trace. Right? So that's probable. And by their own child, in this instance, does Battler know that Kyrie is his mom? Or did he only check Rudolph? And I don't understand, like, if Rosa is the culprit, he checked both Rudolph and Kyrie. Okay. No wordplay. Alright, gotcha. If George is not the culprit, though, we already picked. And it said no. If Eva is not dead, why would her husband and son die? You know what I mean? Is it just Eva and Hideyoshi? Because at this point, it'd just have to be family, like, family matters. You know what I mean? Nanjo confirms Genji's dead. Okay, so Genji's for sure dead. Hmm.
死体発見時のことを話してくれ。
How do you know that? How do you know how many times I've clicked things? Does it make a noise? Really? Is that good? That seems like a lot. This would be stupid. But what if? This would be stupid. Of course.
紫の発
だが犯人の嘘が混じってる。
針が混じってるかもしれないパンをそのまま丸の
すべての紫を
針の混じったパンか。
この大
なら
確実
お手並み拝見。
Okay, so what? If okay.
絶対に犯人でない人物とはどういうことだろ
う。ルールに犯人は死なないってのがある。つまりひでえ話だが死んだ奴は信用できるってことになる。
ほう、それはわかりやすい。ほとんどの人物は殺された。それらの人物の紫は全て信用できるというわけか。
ところがそう簡単な話じゃない。俺とお前のゲームでもたびたび問題になった死んだふり問題ってのがあるんだ。
どの犠牲者も皆検視をしているではないか。南條も紫で誰も検視を誤らないと断言している。
南條先生が犯人だったらそれも当て
Yeah,
には
but we
ならない
already
ぜ。一見どの犠牲者も検視されて村
Okay. Okay, so these people are all for sure dead. Doctor or not, no one examining a body would reach the wrong conclusion. Okay. It's not those.
そうか、わかったぞ。バトラ、ト書きだ。セリフ以外のト書き部分に嘘はないことになっていたぞ。
ああ、俺も今気づいたとこだ。
Yeah, but Nanjo didn't examine them. Each of their children examined them. They're the only other freaking people on here.
気づかなくちゃ始まらないわよ。
ト書きで死亡を宣告されているやつはおら
My
ぬか。
investigation is contaminated by false logic.
そしてそいつは自動的に犯人でないということになる。
のみならず、そやつの紫は。
Yes, I'm aware. So okay. I mean, Battler's left, but it says that it already said that he couldn't be the person. It says right here. The 4 cousins couldn't have killed them. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Does Shannon and Cannon count as a cousin? Weirdly enough. No. But if they couldn't have killed them, then who killed them? You know? I mean, Kumasawa was super old. So it's like, if Kumasawa's dead, then like, whatever. Yeah, what is it? Second Twilight? Second Twilight. I don't really care about sealed rooms. Yeah, but the seal... Okay. The group sealed the room at the same time as they left. Yeah, so at the time, it was just Kraus, Natsuhi, those rooms didn't get sealed until after Kraus and Natsuhi's bodies were discovered. Yes, but it's not Eva. It's not Rudolph and Kyrie. It's not Rosa. The only one I haven't chosen is Genji, but it says that he's dead. Genji is dead, okay. No, it says Nanjo checked. It says Canon and Nanjo checked. Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed. Genji's death. Genji's death would have been first Twilight. But wasn't one of my suspicions that they were in cahoots? No, it was this. And the culprit can't be killed. So these people are all dead, so they can't be... But Canon can't be lying, I thought. Because Canon's dead. And therefore can't be a culprit. Everyone who is dead isn't a culprit, therefore it means they can't lie. They can't be a culprit. Okay, so dead, dead, dead. So then Genji's for sure dead. So yeah, like I said, everyone on this board is dead. Who killed them? I guess Battler's on there, but I already guessed that Battler was the culprit, and that wasn't right. That's literally the only person without a mark on them in this entire freaking board. What am I missing? Kumasawa saw all of the bodies. Genji's for sure dead. I mean, I wouldn't know. So, it's for sure not Eva. Because George isn't a culprit. We already checked. Even though that's the thing that makes the most sense, is him and his girlfriend killing all of these people, but whatever. And Hideyoshi wouldn't kill his wife, let alone all these other people. So that doesn't make any sense. These two, it already told me, weren't the culprit. Rosa would have to be the culprit with her creepy little daughter. That's what would give her the, like, availability to do all these murders, I think.
赤き真実並みに重要なだが
針が混じってるかもしれないパンをそのまま
Didn't it already tell us this?
針の混じったパンか。いい例えだ。せっかくの貴重な情報も一粒の嘘のせいで台無しってわけだ。
Oh, I see.
ならここで
Oh, I see.
それを
Don't get too crazy if it clicks. What do you mean?
そういうこと。
まずは第一歩というと
Oh, I see. These aren't really hints. Yeah, the narrated sections.
そしてトガキでし
Okay, yep. I really don't think that it said that Shanna was, like, a corpse on the ground, but it told me no, so... Right, but, like, in the narration specifically, it didn't say, like, Shannon's a corpse on the ground. You know what I mean? Like, it's implying that, like, well, you're just not paying attention. I'm like, I can assure you, I'm paying attention. There's just something here that I'm, like, misunderstanding or missing. Nandra and Jessica are dead. Yes. Already written. 3 times, in fact.
この2人の紫発
Sublime, stop killing everyone. How are we gonna figure out these murders?
Yoshi. よし。この2人の検視をチェックして、犯人ではありえない人物を探して。
I was worried I would go past the thingy. Okay. God, how many hints could there possibly be? These aren't actually hints, by the way. It's just like giving you the instructions again, which is not really a hint. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. It's almost like I already had that all written down. Yeah, it's completely just pointing out the obvious. None of these things are the things I was having problems with. This one should be new.
クラウス、ナツヒ、シャカノン、ゴーダ、熊沢。 この新しく無実が証明された人物の紫発言を吟味したぞ。
Yep.
ああ、その結果、源氏さんが犯人でないこと
が
新たに証明された。
カノンが第一の晩に紫発言で源氏の死を確認したと宣言している。これで源氏も白というわけだ。
Was literally never on the suspect
合
list.
計9人の無実が証明されたな。いい感じだぜ。
そうそう、シャノンと熊沢の紫発言で第一の晩の6人の死亡も確認しているようだぞ。
それは鵜呑みにできねえ
なぜかシャノンと熊沢の発言は信用できるのではないか。
Umasawa just says they're covered in blood. She doesn't say that they're dead, but it already tried to hook me with that red herring.
例えば熊沢さんだが、第一の晩の犠牲者の6人が食堂で
I think this is the part that's pissing me off. It's like I already know that, and it's not helping to have that information, and that's the part that's like really like the sand in my oyster right now.
食堂の6人についてシャノンは別の言い方もしているぞ。お子様方はそれぞれ自分の親が間違いなく死んでいることを確認したとな。
食堂でそれぞれの親を検視したのは俺とジョージの兄貴、そしてマリアの3人ってことだ。しかしこの3人が白であることはまだ証明されていない。
ほう、なるほど、そういうことね。シャノンは食堂の6人の死亡をそれぞれの親の子供が確認したことは証明したけれど、それぞれの子供が
Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot. One
証明
sec.
していないわ。
そういうことだ。
Actually, that is pretty refreshing. I'm almost always in a state of dehydration.
子供が嘘をついている可能性が否定できない以上、まだ食堂の連中全員を疑いから外すわけにはいかない。
これは厄介であるな。その3人は最後まで生き残った生存者。生きているということはすなわち犯人でないと証明不能というわけだ。
バトラー、ジョージ、マリア、生き残ったこの3人は、
I don't think it's technically summary yet, is it?
白であることの証明が最も難しいと言えるだろ
う。とりあえず確実な死亡によって白で
Hold
あ
on, I
ると
think I
断
have it
言
written
できる
down, actually.
この9人までのようであった。
ここからは信頼できる9人の紫発言で純粋に推理していくしかない。
Oh no, literally today. Damn. Technically June 21st-ish. I think we have it in the Discord, actually. Should be under the events. Yeah, we celebrate ours on the 21st, so that's like the penultimate of the sun being at its highest point. The moment the Earth's axis is tilted most directly towards the sun. It's getting warmer.
ナンジョ、ジェシカ、クラウス、ナツヒ、シャノン、カノン、ゴーダ、熊沢、ゲンジ。
Yep.
この9人の紫発言を読み直すしかないな。
ここからは難度が上がるぞ。覚悟してかかろうぜ。
Jesus, hold on. I did not read that like that. I read that. Dyslexia took a hold of me. That was crazy. Like, what the hell did he just say? Never mind. Never mind, you guys. Ignore me. Okay.
ようやくミステリーらしくなってきたというところよ。
You know what? It's not important what I read, you guys. The important part is that's not what it said. I guess we'll just read through all these orange people again. No one is hiding. Okay. We have the key. Alright. It did not. No one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. George got upset, so we all went outside. Later on, we learned that only he had an alibi. At least regarding Shannon's death. It is impossible for him to have been the murderer of Shannon. Four cousins could not have killed these people. Okay. Why does it not show these two people as being dead? They are dead. Been confirmed. They're dead. Not the servants. There's nowhere to scroll. And it's not these two, I guess. I swear to God, if it just tells me to read it again, I'm gonna freak out.
おい、ベアト、興味深いことがこの一連の事件。マスターキーは
そういえば、白である9人の
マスターキーは使用人にしか使えない。渡せもしない。そして、犯人でない人物は犯人に協力しないのだから。
So not an issue. They could have just been poisoned. It doesn't matter if the rooms are opened or closed. Is it a hint, or is it just you throwing the directions at me again?
何度も起こった密室殺人。それらをマスターキー抜き
I don't give a shit about closed door murders. It's almost always some bullshit trick.
違うな。チェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
I don't care how they killed them. I only have to know who killed them.
マスターキーがなくても。
And the people with motives, it already told me, were not the killer.
第1の番、食堂の密室。第2の番、夏日の部屋の密室。第5の番以降のゲストハウスの密室。じっくり考え直す必要がありそうだな。
There's gonna be a murder.
読み直してみよう。使用人は全員白なんだ。マスターキーは使えない。
They literally weren't even on the suspect list. Except for Shannon and Cannon, because I like that botch surgery murder angle. Ridiculous. Oh my god, I don't give a fuck about closed rooms, Beato.
拝聴しよう。
第1の番の犠牲者の検視は未だ定かではない。つまりその中の誰かが実は犯人で、 他の5人を殺した後に死んだふりをして内側から食道を施錠したのだ。
確かにそれならマスターキーを使わずに密室を生み出せるな。とすると一つ疑問が出てくる。
疑問とは何か。
覚えてるか、第2の番のやり取りの時、ベルンカステルに赤き真実でこう宣言された。
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong.
確実に6人
But I guess Rosa and Maria. Because if Rosa's not dead, then Maria would have had to pretend she was. I also guessed Kyrie and Rudolph because I don't think that Battler would participate in a crime, but he could potentially say that they weren't dead. Oh my god. Okay. So I'm pretty sure I already guessed Rosa and Maria because Maria would have had to say that her mom was dead when she wasn't. So that's already off the table. Kyrie and Rudolph are already a no because that would have had to be Battler being an accomplice. And I don't think Battler would be an accomplice. And I guess that Eva was alive. But that was wrong too, because then that would have meant that George would have had to be an accomplice. And Natsuhi and Kraus are confirmed dead, so that doesn't matter. And as far as I know, none of these people are Genji's children. So I feel like the first 6 are kind of a red herring, but they're like, what's the funniest solution? I liked the Nanjo fleeing his botched surgery and going to Taiwan theory, but it told me I was wrong. I also like the idea that Maria's just been making potions because she's like, I'm a witch. And the potions are just mushrooms from the forest that she's been putting into everybody's food. And it's caused a slow delay in everybody's death. Like, Nanjo didn't get to eat as much of the soup as he wanted. Like, Nanjo's eaten the leftover soup. But everybody else has eaten the soup. Like, for example, the original 6 people, Genji acts as a poison taster. He didn't immediately die, so everybody ate the soup. But because they think it's Goda's recipe for soup, they're just plowing down on this mushroom soup, right? It's delicious, the best soup they've ever eaten, and now they're all dead, right? And then the next day they're like, oh no, what's happened? It must be a murderer, right? Because they're covered in blood. I guess. They're covered in blood. And then Nanjo gets into the kitchen, right? Nanjo gets into the kitchen, and he's like, whoa, no one would begrudge Nanjo some mushroom soup. And then he eats a fuck ton of the soup, right? Him and Shannon. And he's like, oh, have you a bowl, Shannon? Because he's, like, not completely a glutton. He doesn't want to, like, eat all the soup so no one can have any. But he does eat a considerable amount of the soup. So then him and Shannon perish. Goda is trying to get the recipe. He's like, the soup is not right. The soup is not right. I did not make this soup. And Kumasawa's like, tastes fine to me. And she's 80 years old. So, like, a teeny tiny bit of the soup is enough to do her in. But Goda, because he's a quite large man, would have to dose himself quite severely. And he's doing it because as when you're cooking as a chef, you have a little tasty spoon. And you dip it into the food, and you're like, yes, this needs more salt, or, oh, this is perfect, time to serve it, right? So that's how all these people have died, right? And then, after these people are dying, Maria's got just, like, arsenic candy that she's been making, that her mom's been trying to feed her. It's, like, special candy, or whatever. And she has been sharing that, I think, with her cousin Jessica, and maybe even perhaps Shannon if we don't do this mushroom theory. And then that's how everybody dies. But the story told me no. The story told me absolutely not. That's silly and ridiculous, Riley. That can't be the case. So then we think to ourselves, well, I don't know. I also like the one. It makes me so furious. You guys have no idea. My blood pressure right now. Well, I don't know my blood pressure because our team doctor the other day told me that heart rate has nothing to do with blood pressure or very little. But just regularly seething right now. Okay, I haven't reached freaking the fuck out levels of anger yet, so we're probably fine. When this starts to vibrate and buzz, we know it's gone too far. Yeah, it's Chinese medicine candy that's supposed to cure autism. That's hilarious. No, because here's a little fun fact, kind of low-key, a little sad fact for you guys. When your mother hates you, sometimes they drug you. As per the pop culture sensation Eminem, where he's talking about his mom giving them, like, Percocet and stuff like that. Listen. R.I.P., right? R.I.P. because of Umineko. That'd be so peak. But yeah, so if your parents hate you, sometimes they drug you. Like, that's a thing that people do. So when I was young, I had a lot of allergies, allegedly. Who fucking knows? So my mom fed me these little, like, diamond tap, like, suckers. They were like little bear suckers. Whoever designed those should probably be in jail, because that's crazy. But I have met people that are just like, oh yeah, I just, like, give my kid, like, a little bit of cold medicine or whatever, like, when they're being annoyed. And I'm like, excuse me? Like, the fuck? Crazy. So those people should definitely be in jail, for sure. But, like, it's not unheard of for, like, an abusive, shitty parent. Yes. And back in the day, it probably had way more crazy banana shit in it than it does now. But they, yeah, so, like, shitty parents, like, at times, potentially drug their children. So it wouldn't ruin the mystery of this. No, that's what I'm saying. So it wouldn't exactly ruin this for me in the mystery. Like, it would still be very believable to me that Rosa's just been low-dose drugging her kid because she wants her to be, like, docile and quiet. You know, like, she's like, ooh, 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 like, you know, my little tiger toy talks or whatever, and she's like, honey, it's time to take your special juice. And she just child abuses her kid into being, like, a little bit more of, you know, like when Beatrice was a vegetable for a little bit, kind of around there, you know what I mean? There's no nanny, and I suspect very much that that's one of the reasons, is because Rosa has been low-key dosing her child for a considerable amount of time. Maybe that's why my dad left. I mean, listen, you know, who can say? I feel like no parent is better than an abusive parent, personally, because then at the very least you can be like, oh, you can contrive whatever story you want. Like, I feel like back in the day, people, if you had, like, a really shitty, like, deadbeat parent or, like, abusive parent that, like, went and took a dirt nap or something, they would just tell you, like, oh, they died in the war. You know, they died in the war, and they were a hero, and blah, blah, blah. And that was back in the day when there wasn't, like, oh, speaking of, guys, a little bit of a lore tidbit for you guys, because of Umineko, kind of low-key, a little bit. I am getting a DNA test done because I want to know my genetic origins. If I find anything crazy on there, I'm putting it in my bios. I'm going to be like, you know, guys, could you imagine if I was black? Like, even a drop would be like #1 black streamer. That'd be so stupid. Just to put, like, something silly like that on there, but I'd have, like, I'd take the paper everywhere, like, what was it? Remember that South Park episode where Randy's trying to, like, listen. I need to make sure that I'm not 75% my own grandfather. I'm not, obviously, but it kept making me think about percentages and genealogy and lineages, and I'm like, god damn it. Pasta sauce on my blood. No, for certain I'm Italian, for certain I know. But I want to know how much. But it just, you know, this whole, like, you know, who's who and what's what. And I'm partially adopted, it's funny enough. So, like, my parents are my parents, but my grandparents aren't all my grandparents. So it would be kind of interesting to figure out what the situation is there. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it's not as dark as this story. That'd be fucking crazy. But funny enough, I do have an uncle that's the same age as me. That's a little lore for you guys. Yeah, my grandfather, real tomcat, turns out. I feel like that was just a thing back in the day. But anyway, Rosa being a crazy, super abusive parent, like, very much tracks for me. And then, guys, you don't want to see me with blonde hair. I get super washed out. Like, you think I'm pale now? Oh, you think so? I probably could. Yes. Yeah. So, my grandfather, like, the one that we're always talking about, Pop, crazy, kooky, old farm gentleman, that is not my biological father, actually. Jesus. That is not my... Umineko is, like, bleeding into my family history. I'm starting to lose all of my recollection of, like, how my life actually is. Ugh, crazy. Anyway, so my grandfather is not my biological grandfather. Wonderful guy, though. He is low-key kind of pissing me off recently, though, but that has nothing to do with my genealogy. My actual blood grandfather is very mysterious and does have 2 children approximating my age. So, that is pretty crazy. Let's see. I want to say... maybe 2? Redacting my own family lineage. No, how crazy would that be, honestly? So I can't. Here's the thing. I had to go through quite a bit of, like, troublesome paperwork to figure out my own blood type, which was really weird. Because it turns out that the Japanese use blood typing for dating. Super important if you want to have kids and stuff like that. But I had no idea. And I was like, yeah, I wonder if I have, like, some sort of, like, autoimmune disease, like, linked to my blood type or something like that. Found out that my biological grandfather, through some ridiculous means or whatever, I call it my grandma. And I'm like, hey, what's grandpa's blood type? And she's like, why? It's not. I'm like, no. Your first husband's blood type, what is it? And she's like, oh, it's that super rare blood type. And I'm like, oh, seems pertinent to know. Because it turns out you can't just get your blood type. Like, you don't know. Exactly. Yes, Kaza. It's very important if you want to have kids. Now, I don't intend to have children, but I have, shocker, kooky genetics, turns out. And no, it's not because I'm 75% something. Okay, fair enough. But I was curious because my friends were having kids and they have, like, wonky blood types, kind of, so they had to get their blood tested to make sure. And they were like, yeah, they don't test your blood type. You have to, like, specifically ask for it. If they take your blood, they don't type it, which I was like, what are you talking about? So then, I am terrified of needles, so I had a blood witch do my blood typing, and it turns out I'm A negative. So, I want to know what my biological grandfather's blood type is, so that by deductive reasoning, I can extrapolate what my batshit crazy mother's blood type is, because I feel like that would give me a level of clarity into why she's so fucking nuts. No, I don't think that's the case. Oh yeah, I'm A negative. Guys, you guys are getting more health data on me than my iPhone right now. Isn't that crazy? I wonder also, too, if that stuff is linked to, like, being a little cuckoo bananas. Because I have a theory based off of that. So much lore. Yeah, the craziest amount of lore. But I digress. The abusive mom thing makes super tons of sense to me. Also, because it's so important, blood typing and all that stuff, I wonder if it would be like how exactly it would look like in an accessible world where blood typing is, like, at the forefront, because I feel like a lot of that shit clears up like paternal disputes. So for example, this weird situation with like Kyrie and Battler. Let's say, for sake of argument, that Rudolph is A negative and Kyrie is B negative. That can only make an AB negative child or an O negative child, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me, in my brain. I guess it would depend on if it's heterozygous or homozygous. But I digress. If Battler is that child, right? And let's say Osimo is like a type O. You know what I mean? What if he found that out? Like, because I don't know if that's like written on all of their charts. If that's like, because when I was trying to figure out my own blood type, because I wanted to donate blood, not because I wanted to do it for like selfless reasons or anything like that. It was during the last recession when I was having to sell my blood for gasoline. Story for another time. But I was like, I need to know what my blood type is so that I know like the market rate for my blood. And I call up the blood bank. I'm like, hey, I want to donate blood, but I don't know what kind of blood I have. My mom donates blood all the time. Can you just tell me what her blood type is so I can know whether or not it's like, you know, like useful blood, or if it'll just like freak me out and terrify me for no reason. Like if I have like super abundant blood, I don't want to donate it because my fear of donating blood exceeds my level of care about like the population at large. And she's like, yeah, we can't tell you that. And I'm like, but that's my biological mother. Like, I have my birth certificate. Can you just tell me? And they're like, no. That's, like, confident. I'm like, why the fuck is blood type so confidential? You're a medical... You have... I could prove to you that that is my biological mother who has custody of me. And they're like, yeah, we can't tell you. And I'm like, okay. So I just call the hospital up. And I'm like, hello, hospital. Can you tell me my blood type? And they're like, no. And I'm like, what do you mean, no? And they're like, well, we've never had any reason to have it. And I'm like, what do you mean you've never had any reason to have it? You're the doctor. Why do you not know the doctor things? And so that led on this whole, like, rabbit hole of, like, needing to have that information. So in a society where blood typing is at the forefront of dating and family planning systems, would he know that when he, like, goes to school? So, like, he goes to school, he fills out all his information or whatever, he sees his birth certificate, and then for some reason he gets, like, I don't know, a fucking nosebleed or something like that, and then come to find out his mom and him don't have the right blood type. It doesn't make sense, right? And then, like, I feel like people would kind of showboat, like, their type of blood typing. Because if Kenzo is having kids with his wife, they would all have pretty much the same blood type. Like, there'd be some variances, like I said, like, they could be this or they could be that. But for the most part, it would fall within a range of, like, I want to say basically 2 different options of what it could even possibly be. At most. At most, they could have 2 blood types, that's it. Anyone without those 2 blood types don't belong there, you know? So I wonder if that would be, like, one of the causes for Battler to lose his fucking mind and kill all these people, because his entire life is a lie because he has B negative blood, and his mom is, like, AB positive or something, and it's like, this can't exist. Or, again... This is, like, letter math for me, so unless I'm literally looking at the Punnett square, like, don't take any of these, like, letter placements as being, like, the raw truth. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if he has, like, number 1 type blood, and everybody in his immediate vicinity has number 2, they'd be like, oh my gosh, this isn't possible. Which happened a ton of times when we were in biochemistry. A couple of the girls figured out that they were adopted. Like, almost one every year figured out that they were adopted from Punnett squares. It was my favorite part of the class, because they're like, that Punnett square can't be right, because I'm B negative, and my entire family is A positive. And we're like, oh, well, you should go home. Actually, take the rest of the day off. Matter of fact, here's a Starbucks gift card. You guys can have coffee while you discuss this. Every single semester, it was delicious. A couple of times it was from earlobes. So I have attached earlobes. Lots of people have detached earlobes. I look more like an elf. Sorry, I'm just better than a lot of you people. My bad. But my mother has attached earlobes. My grandmother has attached earlobes. Maternal line of attached earlobes. Now, if I had detached earlobes, that would be weird and suspicious if both of my parents had attached earlobes. Although I think attached is less common than detached. But you get where I'm going with this. So, all of that to say, I have some fucking theories on how these people are dying, and yet for some reason, they're incorrect. Because, like, for example, what if George took some hair from Shannon and was like, what would our babies look like? Oh my god. I don't know, again, I don't know how common this, like, blood typing situation is. I don't know if they can just, like, get tests off the street. I know you can just order them, like, from Amazon here, but is this just, like, is this like the condoms in a bucket equivalent for Asia, where, like, there's just, like, a bucket of blood typing tests next to, like, a bucket of contraceptives? Like, I really, truly do want to know, like, how specifically prevalent that is, because there's no way everybody just knows that, like, off the jump. So, George steals some of her hair, right? He steals some of her hair, and he takes it off to the figuring out what your babies will look like clinic. And they're like, well, I got news for you. The babies will look like nothing because you gave us the hair of a guy. And he's like, no, couldn't be. This is the hair from my girlfriend. And they're like, is she from Thailand? And he's like, no, we're Japanese. And he'd be like, I don't know, maybe she's from Taiwan, like, you know. And they're like, okay, well, this seems like an at-home conversation, you know what I mean? So, like, again, I could see him just crashing the fuck out and murdering all of these people because of that. But this thing told me that wasn't the case, so... And his mom has, like, some big axe to grind about, like, him being with Shannon, which, like, makes sense on a number of reasons, right? Because one, he's fraternizing with the help, and two, that's definitely a boy. Like, a femboy, sure, but she's just like, I'm not ruining my family lineage for you to date a femboy. Like, you can just date one of these women I've picked out for you. And she's like, no, mother, you don't understand our love. And Hideyoshi, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to be too pressed about it, but, and I also don't see maybe Battler, like, killing him and I guess everyone around them to, like, steal this femboy away. That doesn't make sense. He seemed to be just fine with the femboy dating George, so... Maria's the only person here, I think, that just does not have a grasp on what the fuck's going on here. I feel like Maria's just like, oh, Shannon's cool. Shannon's also a witch sometimes, and also sometimes a boy. Like, isn't that crazy? Magic. And everybody's like, that's not magic, Maria. That's a costume change. And also, you're 9 years old. She probably just, like, changed hats and used a slightly different voice. And you're like, oh my god, a completely different person. Which I'm not gonna lie would kind of work a little bit on me because of the autism. I'm not really great with faces. I have, at times, met the exact same person with a different haircut and been completely thrown off like a baby. Like to an insane degree. I'm just like, I feel like I've met this person before, but there's no way I've met this person before. And then I'm just like, I've got like a photo up and I'm looking at the same people. I'm like, there's no way this is the same person. And they're like, oh, hello, Riley. And I'm like, fuck, they're the same person. And now I can't remember their name. Okay, so... okay, listen.
やはり食堂の6人は死んでいたってことになる。なら、外部の人間がどうやって食堂に
I don't care about the locker room part of it. I just want to know who's not dead.
なあ、バトラ。その赤き真実は食堂の6人の死亡を確実なものにしているのではないか。
うん。まあ。そういうことになるんだろうな。
となれば、 食堂の6人も白ということで、すでに白と分かっている源氏を除き、新しく5人が白と判明したことになるのではないか。つまり 9+5 で14人の無実が証明できたというわけだ。残るは3人。バトラ、ジョージ、マリアの。
Because here's the thing, and I know you guys think that this is crazy, right? But if I was in there with a blood typing kit, we'd know whose blood they were covered in. And if, like, let's say, for example, half of Kinzo's kids are type O, okay, but their spouses aren't. I test the blood, it only comes back as O. Where's the spouse's blood? You know what I mean? Like, the fact that I'm not able to put my thumbs in these people's eyes and to swoosh their blood around in a jar is really handicapping this investigation.
どうもそいつは引っかかるんだ。赤き真実で犯人は6人を殺したと宣言はされた。
We haven't even confirmed if that blood's human.
それを第一の番の時に言われたわけじゃない。
確か第2の番のやり取りの時に言われたのであったな。
もう一度その部分を読み直したい。探してみよう。
Doesn't that happen a bunch in stories where there's blood all over the place and it's like, I mean, it's like, you know, pig's blood or dog's blood or something like that. That's like a major plot point in like a couple of mysteries, is it not?
この二人、さすがね。勘も実に冴えてるわ。
And here's the thing, we don't actually know if Goda is like processing things on this island. Like, yeah, maybe he's getting chickens, but like, do we have like an on island like livery of some kind where he's like processing some of these birds? You know? What did we learn? One of the red truths might be strange. No, I don't want to do this again.
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Yeah, it just said they killed 6 people. It doesn't mean those 6 people.
第2の番のやり取りの時に言われたのであったな。
探してみよ
う。やるじゃん。
Yeah, but that was a hint you gave us at the top, so... So in the beginning, there's 6 corpses. Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kairi, Rosa, Genji. They're lying there covered in blood, okay? Once again, could be somebody else's blood. Then, 2... The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. So Natsui and Kraus, I think, are 2 of the 6 people. Right? Because they're for sure dead. So that means that 2 people from the first Twilight didn't die in the first Twilight. Am I stupid? We're gonna figure it out, you guys. Because if this is the case...
第2の番の密室について考えているのだが、同じ推理しか
クラウスおじさんたちを殺した後、内側より施錠して隠れたって推理か。
うん。マスターキーが使えぬ以上、施錠は内側より行うほかない。となれば、犯人は夏日の部屋のどこかに隠れていたとしか考えられぬ。
そう、そこがおかしいんだ。トガキにこうある。いつまで経ってもクラウス夫妻だけが戻ってこない。そしてこう続く。一同は全員でクラウスと夏日の部屋に向かい、
クラウス夫妻だけが戻ってこないということは、つまりそれ以外の人間は全員客間に戻ってきたということか。
そういうことだ。犯行後密室に閉じこもって隠れていたなら、そいつも戻ってこないことになるはず。なのに 犠牲者を除く全員が戻ってきている。
生存者の誰にも犯行は不可能ということになってしまうな。やはりバトラの推理通り、食堂の誰かが生きていて犯行に及んだと考えるべきではないのか。
そういえばその推理を口にしたら俺は赤き真実を食らったんだ。
まあ当然であろうな。クラウス、夏日まで殺しているのだから、6人どころか8人は殺していることになるのだから。
なんか引っかかるぞ。クラウス、夏日まで殺しているのだから、犯人は確実に6人。
奥様の部屋は施錠されておりました。
屋敷全体に封印？
どうかな。
わかった。やられたぜ。犯人が確実に6人を殺したの、意味がわかった。
意味がわかったとはどういうことか。
Not so he killed a person.
説明せよ。
Rosa killed a person.
第一の番の犯人は確実に6人を殺している。もしこいつを第一の番の時点で言われていたなら、俺は素直に受け取っていたかもしれない。しかし第2の番の時点で言われたことを加味すると、別の意味も見えてくる。
まさか第2の番の殺人までを含めて確実に6人を殺しているという意味なのか。
Well, yes.
そういうことだ。やはり食堂の6人の中に犯人が混じって死んだふりをしていたんだ。そしてそいつは食堂を抜け出し、夏日おばさんの部屋で2人を殺して、内側から施錠して室内に隠れたんだ。
なるほど。それで辻褄は合うぞ。第1の番も第2の番もどちらの密室もマスターキーなしで構築できる
と思ったところで、おかしなことも思い出しちまったぜ。夏日おばさんの部屋はすぐに封印しちまったんだった。
そういえばそうだったな。ベルンカステル教に赤き真実で一同は体質と同時に部屋を封印した。その体質に犯人は加われないと言われている。
さらにこうも言った。すべての封印は決して破られることはないともな。
つまり再び密室に閉じ込められたということなのか。
今の推理で確かに第一の番と第二の番は説明できる。しかしその犯人は夏日おばさんの部屋に閉じ込められ、二度と出られなくなっちまうんだ。
Yep. Which makes no sense.
第4の番以降の事件を起こせなくなってしまうではないか。良い推理だと思ったのだが、やはり違うのか。
この推理で間違っていないはずなんだが、もうひとひねり。
That added nothing. I already. Eva, Natsuhi, hissing in the closet.
犯人が閉じ込められた。犯人がもう一人いればいい。
複数犯人説。やはりそう来るしかないな。それならば犯人の片方が閉じ込められている。続く
I mean,
殺人を継続できる。
it didn't like any of my theories.
そもそも
Perfectly legitimate theories, by the way.
第一の番の6人のうち白が確定している源氏さんを除く5人、エヴァおばさん、秀吉おじさん、クソ親父、キリエさん、そしてローザおばさん。この5人は全員それぞれ白が確定しない人物によって検出されている。その検視者が共犯でない限り死んだふりなんかできないんだ。
確かに犯人でない者は犯人に協力しないことになっているからな。
犯人は殺人以前にも嘘をつくことができる。つまりこういうことだ。
第1の番の殺人を行った犯人は第2の番までを実行し、夏日の部屋に閉じ込められる。
そしてその犯人の検視を偽ったもう一人の犯人が第4の番以降の殺人を引き継ぐんだ。
なるほど。それならば筋が通るぞ。そしてそれは誰だというのか。
残念ながら現時点では誰が犯人でもあり得る。しかし単独犯はありえないと断言できる。そして閉じ込められた。そして殺人。
食堂の5人。
I have one more theory.
上司、この3人の誰かが確実。
よし、その3人。
Okay. One more. Kyrie and Battler kill everybody because of my blood typing theory. And they found out that Rudolph lied to them and fucking ruined their lives for 16 years. And everybody else is just collateral damage. They intend to kill everyone here, I guess. No.
続く事件は第4の番だ。
Because, like, what's he gonna do? Team up with his dad and kill all these people because of no reason? You know?
殺されたのはシャノンちゃん。全員にアリバイがないが、一人だけ例外がいる。
ジョージであるな。白が確定しているジェシカが紫発言にて、ジョージにはシャノン殺しは不可能であると断言している。となれば、殺したのはバトラかマリアのどちらかということか。
そう思いたいところだが、早計だ。
And I already suspected George and it said no.
そして、ジョージ以外の人物にだってアリバイはない。俺は単独判説を否定したが、犯人が2人であることを断言したつもりもない。現時点では、それを断言するにはまだ早すぎるからな。
なるほどな。第1の番と第2の番の犯人と、その死んだふりを虚偽の検視で助けたもう一人の犯人と、さらにそれとは無関係の犯人が存在する可能性があるというわけか。なるほど。これは盲点であった。
シャノンちゃんの事件は、ジョージの兄貴ただ一人の例外を除いて、誰にでも犯行可能だ。そして、その事実だけをもって、ジョージの兄貴が白であることを証明するわけでもない。
密室殺人ではないから気楽だなどと思っていたが、むしろおかしな条件がない分、犯人の絞り込みに使える情報もないというわけであるな。
ここからは事件のペースが速い。これだけに固執せず、次の第5の番の事件も見てみようぜ。
There are no more than 3 culprits. Yes? There's an AM murderer and a PM murderer. Surely there's only 2 to contend with. Because somebody from the first 6 for sure killed these 2. So that needs to be dealt with. And also, why would anyone even do that? Second, somebody killed these other people. Right. There's no more than 3 culprits, correct?
第5、第6の番であるが、厄介である信頼できるジェシカの紫発言がこう言っている。いとこ4人と南條には、郷田と熊沢は殺せない。と。
いとこ4人と南條先生。これはつまり、この時点での生存者全員を指す。普通に考えたら不可能犯罪だ。
しかし、そこでチス盤をひっくり返すわけであるな。
ああ。ってことは、あるシンプルな答えが現れる。いとこ4人と南條先生以外の何者かが犯人だってこと。
My god, another non-hint that I've already deduced.
生存者以外は全員が死亡していることになる。
I wish I could put my theories physically into this and for it to omit these useless hints and give me a hint that would actually progress this.
100% 存在することの証明ってわけだ。
そして死んだふりをした犯人の存在は犯人が複数であることも 100% 証明する。
Yeah, that's... Oh my god, that's not even...
犯人にしかできないからな。
この一見、完全な不可能犯罪に見える第5、第6の番は、ただそれだけで、雄弁にこれだけのことを語っちまうわけだ。
不可能犯罪は相手を屈服させる力も持つが、逆に一気に推理を切り込まれる危険性も持つ諸刃の刃よ。昔のそなたならきっと屈服していただろうに。本当にたくましくなったものよ。
お前にはだいぶ鍛えられたからね。
I'm throwing them all in acid after this. They go in the vat of acid. That's how we can confirm that nobody's doing any of these double murders. The moment we find a corpse, it goes into the acid. Problem solved. Well, that was fucking annoying. Again, is, like, at least 2 or 3 of these hints are the same fucking hint. Main gripe.
第7の番も状況は全く同じだ。
Well, that's all I know.
信頼できるジェシカの紫発言がいとこ4人。
Here's my theory with that, by the way, just to walk you guys through it. I'm not just like picking at random. Here's my thought. Rosa fake kills everyone in the first Twilight, sneaks up there, kills Natsuhi and Kraus. Rosa then instructs Maria to poison the remaining individuals that have not perished. Right? She's like, you gotta poison Nanjo with these little candies or whatever, because the jig's gonna be up. He's gonna come and investigate these things. We need the only person that can, like, tell if people are alive or dead or not, like, to be killed, because if he comes back here and he sees that my corpse isn't down there or whatever, this is gonna be a big problem. And Maria's like, no problem. I'm gonna get extra TV time and a stuffed animal for this. And then George figures out that Maria poisoned his girlfriend, Femboy, and then he kills Maria. Because I figure maybe it's giving me a no on the technicality that I haven't chosen people who have murdered after the Twilights. Because that'd be really fucking annoying, but I wouldn't put it past Umineko to be like, you solved the beginning of my riddle, but not the part of the riddle I didn't tell you to solve. So, that's why I picked those 3. I could reach through the screen and strangle this fish.
犯人である可能性のある子供はバトラ、ジョージ、マリアの3人のみだ。
そうだな。その3人は第5、第6、第7の3つの事件において殺人不能であると断言されている。
つまりこれは さらにもう一人犯人がいることを指し示すのではないか。
面白い。しかも妥当な推理だ。そしてその3人目の犯人もまた死んだふりをした何者かってことになるな。
Oh wow, the thing I just fucking asked about, there being a third culprit. Shocker.
ありえるかもしれね
それはどうだかわからぬが、とにかくいずれにせよ犯人が2人だけではゴーダ、熊沢、南條を殺すことはできぬのだ。それだけは間違いない。
こりゃややこしいことになってきたぜ。3人組が犯人なのか、それとも2人組と単独犯なのか。いやいや、3人以上犯人がいる可能性だって否定しちゃいけねえな。
17人の登場人物のうち、
Right, but I just asked you earlier if Jessica is considered a kid. If Jessica is considered a kid, it doesn't break the rules of George killing a kid.
白が確定せず死んだことになっているのは、
But you said Maria was the only one that counts as a kid, which is why Maria would then have to be a culprit for then George to kill her later, for there to then make sense for it to be 3 culprits. Because I don't know, I guess I just don't see Battler killing a kid.
いよいよだな。面白くなってきたぜ。
And I feel like it's entirely possible for George to kill Jessica because they're both trying to hit it at the same time. You know what I mean? He's like, this is a femboy, and she's like, no, it's not. You know? That just means Maria also can't be a killer precisely on that. What are you talking about? Honestly, I don't trust any of these people. I think they're all garbage. So in the very right here, she says the 3 of us couldn't have killed Jessica, so that could be a lie. This somewhere here this has to be a lie. So it's like, okay, for her to be lying and for him to be lying, they both have to be culprits. Like, this isn't lost on me, but it is stupid if they're both murderers. Because he says in here, no one could kill him inside the guest house. And then he says she probably died instantly, which this seems like fucking complete bullshit right here. The moment he delivers this line where he says, oh, poor Jessica, she probably died instantly, seems like complete bullshit. Like, the moment he says that line, I'm like, sure. Who the fuck even starts a sentence out like that? You know what I mean? And then Maria couldn't kill anyone, so it's like, I don't like either of these characters, and I believe that they're murderous. So it's either these people are alive, or she's alive. This eliminates nothing for me. And then it's already here that, like, this isn't the situation here. Her sneaking into Natsuhi's room to murder her. It was just it was like a weird phrase. Ugh. Get another non-hint.
最後の第8の番についても状況は全く変わらないな。
うん。ト書きにてジョージ、バトラ、マリアには
I swear to fucking god if it's the same hint just over and over. If it's the same hint just reiterated 6 different ways, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
結構ヒントになりそうなことをいろいろと喋ってるんだよな。
ジョージとマリアの紫発言が興味深いな。信頼できるなら強力な手がかりになりそうなのだが。
ジョージの兄貴が白ならマリアには誰も殺せないって紫発言が有効になってマリアの白も確定できる。同様にマリアが白ならジョージに大人は殺せないが有効になって 結果的にジョージの兄貴の白も確定できる。
ではあるが、どちらも白であると確定できぬ。
ジョージの兄貴とマリアは互いに相手が先に白であることを証明できれば自分も白になるという、まるで鶏と卵のようなジレンマに陥ってる。ヒントになり
Yeah,
そう
that's
だけど
completely not lost on me. I was paying attention the whole fucking time. They both pointed at each other and were like, "You couldn't kill anyone if you tried." And she's like, "You could barely kill a child."
それにもはや容疑者は少数に絞り込まれている。
Fine.
ここからはもしも誰々が犯人だったならと個別に検証していくしかないだろうな。
そうだな。いよいよ最後の詰めに入ってきたようだぜ。
いよいよ推理も大詰めって感じ。
まな板の上のなんとやらの心境よ。
This has got to be the last hint. There's no way that there's any other hints.
まずマリア犯人説から検証してみ。マリアが犯人ならローザを死んだふりにできる。ローザには第1、第2の番の殺人が
It's pissing me off that it's taken this many
そ
hints.
して夏日おばさんの部屋に閉じ込められマリアが第4の番以降の殺人を引き継ぐことになる。
マリアにはゲストハウスでのすべての殺人が不可能だ。よってマリアはシャノンを殺すのが精一杯ということになるな。
となるとゲストハウスでの殺人のために3人目の犯人が必要になる。
3人目はエヴァ、秀吉、ルドルフ。
I already guessed all of these people.
ということになるな。そしてそれはさらに4人目の犯人を必要としてしまうぞ。
Is it just because I didn't guess a fucking fourth person? Are you joking right now?
4人の誰かが死んだふりをするためにはそれを検出する子供も犯人でなくてはならない。つまりマリアが犯人である時点で犯人は4人にまで膨れ上がるわけだ。
4人が犯人であるためには4人全員がそれぞれ最低1人は殺していなくてはならない。
だとするとちょいとおかしくなってくるんだよ
犯人4人の内訳は大人2人子供2人となる。大人1人は第1、第2の番の殺人を担当。もう1人の大人はゲストハウスの殺人を担当する。そう、ここで矛盾が生じるのだ。
犯人は殺人者であるという定義。これはすなわち犯人は絶対に殺人をしなくてはならないという義務も意味する。
実は子供の犯人は殺人可能な相手がほとんど存在しないのだ。第1、第2の番は子供には犯行不能。そしてゲストハウス以降も犯行不能。唯一可能なのはシャノン殺しの第4の番だけ。
子供の犯人はシャノン1人しか殺せない。つまり2人目の子供の犯人は誰も殺せないから犯人にはなれないんだ。子供の犯人は2人以上存在できないってことになる。
マリアが犯人である時点でローザ以外にもう1人大人が必要になる。
If I wasn't too poor to replace this, I would smash my setup to pieces. You have no idea. Poverty has kept me from so many unseemly behaviors. You have no idea.
ありえない。
So There can't be multiple cousins who are culprits, only one of them. Okay. George has no opportunity to kill. Which means he's innocent. I already picked these two. Right, so it's not either of these two, so it's probably not these. Jessica's innocent, George is innocent. But we need a third. Didn't I already pick this though? Like, have I lost my mind completely? Did I or did I not already pick this? I'm almost certain I picked this. Can I run this back, actually? Is it possible for me to go backwards in my freeform notes? How is this not like any other? Check the tapes. Okay, so it was before 11:30, which makes me so mad. Remember, it was around the time I was like, oh, she's all pissed off. Is it because God damn it. Because I thought there were two. Fuck, I told you guys. It was gonna be some bullshit like that. Where it just didn't pick one, and that's why it's completely fucking wrong. God damn it. Okay. Because I picked Kyrie and Battler. For 100% fucking certain I picked that. And I also picked Kyrie and Rudolph for 100 fucking percent certain. But because I didn't pick the hat trick, it's fine. It's fine. Hold on, 1 second. I gotta calm down, I'm too mad. I'm way too fucking mad right now. Uh-oh. It's fine. It's fine, I'm finding it. I'm finding it. What did I fucking tell you guys? It was gonna be because on a fucking technicality. Now here's the thing. If I could send an angry fan letter with somebody's finger in it to the writer of Umineko, it would be that in the culprit section, after you get to a certain amount of hints, it gives you a heat bar at the bottom, and it only ever fills up to 50%. But if you pick 2/3 of the fucking culprits, it should give you the hint that there's one more. So that you don't just go through 1,000 fucking iterations. If I'd known that I was 2/3 of the way to the fucking solution, I wouldn't have come up with all these other bullshit theories. Fine. Fine. It's fine. I'm finding it, guys. It's cool. It's not even a problem. This is such a non-issue. I mean, compared to almost dying in college, this is like so not an issue. It's not even funny. Although it is part of the reason why I wanted fucking Tiramisu to be the killer. Low key. Medical malpractice is such a perfect ending. I didn't pop a blood vessel in my eye or anything, did I? Stranger things have happened. Really? Well, fuck, at least we didn't go through all the hints, but here's the thing. If this wasn't hints for retards, and if you had to go through all the hints, I'm not talking about you, I guess. Unless you want to have beef with me, in which case now would be the perfect time. But what I'm saying is, if the hints were curated, which of course they're not, right? If it was possible for the hints to be curated towards the things you're actually picking and be like, hey, you're close, but not quite. Like, there's gotta be instances of that in video games, is there not? Where, like, you're almost there, but it's like, hey, you're missing a piece of the puzzle. Go back to the second platform. You'll find it. You know what I mean? Of course. But if there was just, like, again, if I had known I was fucking 2/3 of the way there, we could have shaved off a whole fucking hour. Sure. But I wouldn't do it for every combination. But if you're close, like I was, if you're, like, right there, I mean, be like, you know what I mean? It just keeps it takes too long to get to the hint of where you need, you know what I mean? Of course. I told you, Kazu's a sadist. Kazu's sick. He just wants me to suffer. I could pop all of my back right now, actually. Oh, Russ, did you do a little stretch? That's so cute. Oh, you guys didn't see it, but off camera, he just did like a little leggy stretch with mommy. That's so cute. Runs. Runs, come be my little snuggly boy. Come here, my little snuggly boy. Look. Look what I have for you. Look, I've got a thing for you. It's a pet. Come here, little guy. Come here, my baby sweet boy. He's like, Runts, come on, please. I've had a hard day, okay? Mommy's solving a murder. I know I don't have any tasty snacks for you to sniff about, like a little piglet, but... That's absolutely 100% provably the truth. I would have done so many more crimes in my life, and you can quote this here. I would have done so many more crimes in my life if it wasn't for my pets. You have no idea. Me not understanding the logistics of what happens to your pets when you go to jail is a very huge reason of why I've not gone to jail. True story.
もう俺には何が何だかわからねえ。やっぱり島の外から何者かが入り込んでるんだ。そ そしてそいつが後ろ宮家を皆殺しにしてるんだ。
どんなに閉じこもっても
Oh no!
やっぱりこれは魔女の仕業。
That sucks. See, I used to work with a girl that was regularly incarcerated, and she just had one of her regulars come and take care of her dogs, and I'm like, that's fucking crazy. First of all, because that guy's obsessed with you, and I would never put something precious to me in the care of someone who's obsessed with me, because obsession isn't always positive, you know what I mean? Like, maybe this is the kind of person that would do, like, everything, but, like, if you slight someone with that level of obsession, they could do harm to things. You guys have seen the domestic abuse posters. So, like, I always thought it was really insane of her to just be like, yeah, I'm just doing, like, a, like, real quick, like, jail sesh, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like, who took care of your pets? And she's like, oh yeah, blah, 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 just, like, my regular or whatever, and we, at the time, had a mutual regular. And I knew she was in jail because that was the only time that he would come and talk to me. And I was just like, why do you only ever come and talk to me when you two are broken up? And he thought that was quite cheeky. So we got on. But I was just like, I don't think this guy knows that this isn't a joke. I'm being dead ass. Like, I am annoyed by this behavior. But I don't know. Maybe it's the autism. Maybe I'm just difficult to read, you guys. But he would just be like, oh, I'm like, you realize you're literally not paying me enough to give a shit about this, like, crazy relationship, right? Like, yes, she's incredibly hot and phenomenal, but, like, you pay her, like, $5,000 a week, and I'm getting $100 to hear this conversation over the course of, like, 2 weeks, dog. Like, the Jew's end is not worth this week. I'm not seeing her titties, dude. I don't care about your relationship. You're gonna need to, like, fork over some extra cash for me to do this, like, pseudo-relationship bit you're wanting to do. Like, come on, dude. I got paid more to do comedy, and I was fucking terrible. He would do great in Among Us. Here's the thing. He's so preachy and crying. Like, remember in that one scene where Maria's looking fucking weird and George is looking fucking weird and Battler is just, like, sobbing profusely? He's doing a really good job.
みんな落ち着いて。落ち着いて考えよう。この島には後ろ宮家の人間以外は存在しないんだ。
そんなはずはねえぜ。だって現にこうして後ろ宮家の誰にも不可能な殺人が何度も起こってるじゃねえか。
それはそうだけど、本当にそうだろうか。僕たちには見落としがあるんじゃないだろうか。
Oh, guy with glasses missed something. Shocker. Guys, I'm sorry. That was way mean. I'm just in such a mean mood right now.
この島に後ろ宮家の人間しかいない以上。
That was my mother talking. I'm so sorry.
後ろ宮家の人間しかいないんだ。だとしたら僕たちが死んだと思い
Guys,
込んで
sometimes
い
she
る誰
takes
か
me
が
over like Venom. I can't help
実は
it.
死んでなかったということになる。
しかし兄貴、それはありえねえぜ。全員の死体を必ず誰かが検視してる。死んだふりなんか絶対にできねえはずだ。
考えたくはない。
More so to the glasses community than Henry, also, by the way, Kazuha.
偽られているとしたら。つまりこういうことさ。
Guys, did I ever tell you that I tried to get glasses when I was younger because I thought they looked quite good? And then someone left a pair of glasses in the classroom and I tried them on and I did not think that I looked cute in them. And so then I abandoned wanting to have glasses, but I did very much want to be colorblind. Like, weirdly, specifically, I wanted to be colorblind because I thought that, I thought it would make it easier for me to find things. You know what I mean? I would be like, oh, if I can only see a limited spectrum of color, and then I strategically got these things, then if I lost them, they would be the only thing I could see. And then later on in life, I applied that same insane logic to getting my dog only neon pink little piggy toys. One, because he liked piggy toys. And I was like, oh my gosh. Because for whatever reason, they don't put, like, the button eyes on piggies. They just, like, sew them in, which is nice. And he hated button eyes. Did not care for those. So I got him specifically... Hey, first of all, calm down. I did try, first of all, for you guys, I did specifically try to get a former lover's, like, bead on how I used to be, and he completely bitched out on it. He's like, I don't think either one of us would like to hear about how we were in high school, and I said, first of all, you've misjudged me. I can take it. Also, I don't know why the class clown is so, so upset about, like, what his read would have been. Like, dude, it's fine. Like, some people try and mask their insecurities through humor. Like, as though I wouldn't understand that, but whatever. Dude, I'm all about it. Listen, I can laugh about myself because, like, high school was such a dark time for me in my personal life. Who gave a fuck about what was going on at school? Like, my mother is a demon. You think I care that people were thinking I was, like, some, like, weird little girl? Like, I could not care less, truly. I was in the fucking trenches with that bitch. But this kid was like, I don't know. And I'm like, listen, dude, you're like 6 foot tall. Like, what do you have to complain about? Like, it's fine. Like, things could have gone better for you in your life. But, like, realistically, like, is there really any shots I'm gonna take at you that are gonna, like, hurt? Please, dude, please. But I did try and get that for you guys. I did try and get the, like, middle school to high school, like, outside perspective, and somebody that, like, knew me in college as well. So it would have been, like, a pretty broad spectrum of, like, stuff to know about. But yeah, I stopped getting him stuff with butt knives because he would just chew those completely off of them, and then I had to learn to sew those together, and all of his toys look like pirate toys, which is so sweet. I have a couple of them still in storage because I just, like, can't bring myself to part with them. But I insisted on all of his toys being neon pink because I had a like a colorblind, like, grayscale, like, dog filter, and I was like, since he only had the one eye, long story, I was like, this will make it easier for him to find his toys, and it seemed to work because he could find his toys and, like, arrange them in a pile, and it was just this, like, easier to see monotone, like, glob of toys, and so I feel like I was pretty vindicated in my theory that being colorblind would make it easier to find things. I mean, it kind of works on monkeys, right?
あたかも後ろ宮家以外の人間が島に紛れ込んでいるかのような幻想を生み出す
Also, a family that slays together stays together, and I've been sitting on that one for a while.
誰かが犯人だってまだ疑ってんのかよ
南條先生は殺された殺された以上犯人ではないと考えるのが妥当だろうそしてお医者である南條先生の検視が一番信頼できたと考えられる最初の食堂の死体あの6人の犠牲者のうち南條先生は源氏さんの死体しか
Kind of a shitty doctor, a little bit, to not inspect all of the corpses. Couldn't be me. My thumbprint would be in at least 2 of their eyes, because that's how many it would take before someone would absolutely be like, what are you doing? I'd be like, I'm confirming their deaths. Okay? Nobody's gonna just stay asleep while somebody's jamming their... Actually, Kyrian. As our resident medical dude... Could someone stay passed out if there was a thumb in their eye? I think the answer to that is no, but I've been proven wrong before. Because usually when people... Okay, so funny enough, little aside here, at the res. One of our fighters kicks this guy in his head, right? I know I'm not gonna, like, kick up. I would pull all my hamstring with that. Kicks this guy in his head. He blacks out. And he's just, whoop, gone, right? His head hits the mat, reboots him, and he's back up. So, like, it is strange to be unconscious and then be rebooted like that, but would someone stay passed out with a thumb in their eye if there's something keeping them passed out? Okay, but if they're not being drugged... If they're just, like, kind of playing dead, or if they're mildly unconscious, like, they've not sustained, maybe very precise here, they've not sustained permanent damage, we'll say. If they're playing dead, then of course they'd wake up. I don't know that for a fact. I know that I wouldn't permit someone to jam their thumb in my eye, but I don't know if that's the case for everyone. And I feel like in all of the situations, I feel like this is one of those things that would be more relevant in a jail, perhaps? Thank you. Okay. So, because, like, as someone who's been unconscious several times before, you'd be amazed at what would wake you up. But other side looking in, I wouldn't necessarily know how, because people black out and are still ambulatory, which is a concept that is fundamentally doesn't make any sense to me. Like, there's gotta be some sort of tell that someone's unconscious, but I don't know what it is. So that was really, like, spooky for me working in a bar, because, like, really the only way for me to tell after the fact is to lie to them, which is kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie. Like, one time I was working with this one girl, and she insisted, because she was married and she was doing things she shouldn't, that she was unconscious, and therefore was not responsible for any of the social crimes that she'd committed while she was hammered drunk. And I was like, okay. And I was like, all right, well, like, just, like, walk me through the night, you know. You went over, you talked to these people, you went and did this, you had a couple shots, blah, blah, blah. So, like, I'm just trying to assess, like, kind of where you blacked out. And she's like, oh, probably about this time is when that's the last thing I remember. I was like, oh, cool, cool, cool. And I said, so I'll fill in some of the pieces for you. No big deal. Like, homie to homie, I'll let you know. And then I proceed to tell her the most heinous, fucked up, ridiculous shit. And I was like, and yeah, you kind of shoved this girl on the back porch. Like, we went out for a smoke because, like, I didn't know you were unconscious. We went out for a smoke, and this one girl asked if she could hit your vape, and you, like, shoved her. So, like, that wasn't really cool. But, like, now that I know that you were, like, obviously that makes sense now. And she's like, I didn't shove her. And I'm like, oh. So then you weren't unconscious, right? Oh, such a delicious moment. I don't remember if that was the exact situation that I relayed to her, but, like, to the extent, right? And, oh, man. If I could bottle and craft that moment into, like, some delicious cake, I would eat that for fucking breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Catching someone very conveniently in, like, the stupidest fucking lie they've contrived to you is just so delicious. Sometimes if someone's playing possum, we'll use smelling salts. No one who's faking. Yeah, smelling salts are yucky. Don't care for those. But those are, I mean, those are probably good to just, like, kind of keep around, you know?
あの無芸殺され方でどう親父たちが生きてるってんだよ。それにジョージの兄貴は何を言ってるんだってことは俺たちの親の誰かが犯人だって言ってんのかよ。そりゃねえだろ。真っ先に殺されてこれだけ大勢が殺されてどうやったらさらにその上俺たちの親が犯人だなんて言えるんだよ。
Weird question, and a bit of an aside. Would ammonium nitrate hypothetically bring a drunk unconscious person, like say someone is blackout drunk, would perhaps that reboot their system similarly to someone that is blacked out and not ambulatory? Also, one of my favorite bits is when someone has a drinking problem. And then I just, like, get mad at them irrationally for no reason. Not always, but this was one of my favorites in college. Because a lot of people had very, very troubling drinking problems that they absolutely weren't going to work on until, like, their life was in catastrophic ruin. Ooh, interesting. So what I would like to do is I'd be like, yeah, I don't really want you to come over anymore. Like, my parents said that you can't come over. And they'd be like, what are you talking about? And I would be like, yeah, you know, the last time you came over, you were fucking super drunk. And, like, I don't know what the deal is, but, like, you grabbed my mom's... Like, not this, again, not this story specifically, but, like, the spirit of this story. You know what I mean? I'd be like, yeah, you grabbed my mom's ass, and, like, you know, they don't want you to come over for dinner. Like, it was pretty not cool. My dad, like, wants to kick your ass about it. Like, it's not it's like let's just like have dinner at your place, I guess, like if that's gonna be the case. Because they're all pretty mad at you, and like nobody obviously wants to bring it up because it's like pretty not cool. And then that person ideally would think to themselves, oh fuck, I don't remember that. I should get my drinking in hand, because that's like pretty crazy. Like, how many times have I done that and people are just not autistic like Riley and aren't going to say anything about it? And it's like, you know, use it for good. You know what I mean? Like, why would you lie to just be a shitty person? Lie for good, you guys. Make somebody think they have a debilitating drinking problem early on before they fuck up their whole life. And like, try to get them to like be on a road to being a better person so much sooner, right? Kaza, how dare you? How dare you? Listen, I feel like it's always lost on you guys that I'm an ENTJ. And notable characters in pop culture who have that particular personality are Sukuna, Harvey Specter from Suits, Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders. Are you guys seeing a pattern here, perhaps, maybe? Tywin Lannister from Game of Thrones. Now, I don't propose that I have the deductive reasoning of any of these characters. Light Yagami. Oh, that's fucking harsh. Patrick Bateman. Fair enough. Aw, Griffith from Berserk. Damn it. Azula. Okay. Okay. Guys, you don't know this about me, but Azula was one of my favorite characters in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Azula and Zuko, the Fire Twins, are my favorite. No. No, absolutely not. If I was... First of all, if I was like Yagami, they wouldn't catch me slipping, first of all. Because what do you mean? You're beefing with a detective. You're on the same team, are you not? Like, why would you be beefing with a detective when you could just radicalize them to your viewpoint? Like, I feel like if Light Yagami was a girl, that entire series would have been completely moot, because it would have just been about a detective falling in love with his crazy autistic girlfriend. He'd be like, babe, you can't just keep killing these murderers. We have a justice system. And she'd be like, it's the only way. It's the only way to clean these streets. Anyway. Crazy. Some of these are just sociopaths. You can't just... I'm not a sociopath. This is insane. Some of these are literally just sociopaths. That can't be the... This can't be the full... Oh my god. Hey, Napoleon Bonaparte. That's actually low-key kind of sick. I've always said that I'm just like Napoleon. Not because I'm short, but because I think I could rule France better than anyone. Listen. First of all, I was born in the darkness, consumed by it. I think I have too much empathy to be a sociopath. Not for people, obviously, but... No, and... Well, he did some things wrong, like, being so fucking messy and flagrant that he got caught. Ridiculous. Although, I feel like we can all agree that Light Yagami putting rapists and murderers on that list was perfect. Okay. I don't think Napoleon was 5'2". I think he was taller. I think that's a lot of out of France propaganda, no? I feel like he was at least 5'8" or something, wasn't he? You think it was Misa's fault? She just gave him too much freedom. Light Yagami played Yandere Simulator and did not win. Oh my god, is he about to kill a child?
夏日おばさんたちを殺し、内側から鍵を閉めて部屋にとどまる。もう片方がそれ以降の殺人を引き継いだ。ゲストハウスの密室を破るには内側に協力者がいなくてはならない。それがバトラ。全部説明がつくよ。
いい加減にしろ
よさないかバトラ君。マリアちゃんも。
やっと頭の中の狼と羊のパズルがぴったりと収まった。
Oh man.
犯人はバトラ一家。おお、正解。
何を言ってやがんだ。
正解よ。
Kyrie. Okay, but this thing of the seals will never be broken also, so that's a lie. What was that written in? What do you mean it was for the game? It was the premise of figuring out who was a murderer. Okay, if it didn't say that the entire mansion was sealed, right? If the entire mansion is sealed, they can't get out of the mansion and then commit the murders outside of the mansion. The timing doesn't make sense. So, like, if you omit specifically, like, the entire house is the room being sealed, whatever, okay, because there's fucking 3 murderers, right? And then that would mean that Battler had to kill all these other people. So if Kraus, I guess for sake of argument, let's say Kraus killed everybody in room 1, Kyrie snuck into room 2, and then Battler's killed all these other people, that makes sense, yes. But if you're trying to tell me that Kraus and Natsuhi, Battler only came. So Kraus and Natsuhi, gosh, I'm like mixing up the parents because I'm all pissed off now. Rudolph and Kyrie escaping out of the thing voids the fact that house is completely sealed. That doesn't make sense. It is a logical inconsistency for them to be sealed within a mansion and committing murders outside of the mansion. Now, if she's just sealed in the room, that doesn't do anything because he's not sealed in the room. He can escape and be making these murders. But if you say that both of the murderers are sealed in the room, no, it said that the mansion was sealed. It specifically said that the mansion was sealed. I'm almost positive it said that. Where's this ridiculous... Oh, I'm gonna save it right here. Right here. Just to prove this point. Fuck! Fuck. It's fine. I'll just have to do it this way. All of the windows have bars on them. It is impossible to leave or enter them. Therefore, we can seal the whole mansion by sealing 2 doors in the front and the back. Also, all of the seals on Natsuhi's room, the dining room, and the mansion will never be broken. What are you talking about? It says it right here. The group sealed the room the same time that they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. Also, all of the seals in Natsuhi's room, in the dining room, the mansion itself, will never be broken. This is the problem. Because then that means, how are the culprits, by the way? How's Kraus? By that point, Rudolph or Kyrie has already left. Okay. Well, this right here makes it seem like a logical inconsistency. It doesn't... This was by the second Twilight. So, first Twilight, you're telling me that they didn't open before that red exists? I don't know, that just seems like kind of... if I can be frank with you, that seems like retcon bullshit. Like, not that you're retconning it, just to be clear, but that just seems like retcon bullshit to be like, the entire house is sealed, but the murderer escaped just seconds before we said that the house... That seems so stupid. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if the wording on here was weird or fucked up, but to be like, oh no, actually, both of the murderers were in fact inside of the... Sealing doesn't prevent... It says that the seals won't be broken. The seals will never be broken. If they leave, then it would be sealed. What do you mean sealing doesn't prevent someone from leaving? What are you talking about? If a room is sealed and someone leaves it, the room is no longer sealed. The seals are broken. Did we all not watch Naruto as children? If the seals are broken, the thing can leave. Why would they need to specify it if it automatically made it so that they couldn't leave? What are you talking about? I don't know. Agree to disagree, I guess. Because it seems to me like when you say that things are sealed, that means that at that moment they're sealed, right? But then to say, and they'll never be the seals will never be broken. It's like, okay, so then either the people weren't in there, which you would need to make logically consistent. A culprit could have covered up. Yeah, but I'm not saying it's not possible to tamper with seals. That's not my complaint here. My complaint here is saying that the seals won't be broken. That's in red, is it not? This is my problem with Umineko, by the way. It says all of the seals will never be broken. And that's in the second Twilight. So you're saying that they escaped between the first Twilight and the second Twilight? So they sealed a room without guaranteeing that there was anybody in the room. That's silly. Who the fuck seals a room without confirming the corpses inside of a room? That's retarded. Who would do that? Would you do that? If there were 6 corpses in this room, there aren't, by the way, just so you guys know. If there were 6 corpses in this room and you fucking sealed it, you wouldn't check to see that there were still 6 corpses in it when you sealed it? That's kind of the whole fucking point of sealing a room, is it not? I'm sorry. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. We know who the culprits are. But that is why it's confusing. Obviously, intentionally so. I'm telling you right now, if I seal a room, I'm verifying the corpses. I guess it won't let us go past here until we choose all these people. So we're gonna choose all these people. It'll let us go to the next spot. And then we'll hop back to where we were at. I think, mayhaps, that was the sticking point for me, personally. On the ones before. Because, like, if they're sealed in there, how are they doing outside of the house murders? Oh, that's a good one. We get that one for the picture box. Aw man, Byrd Castle really ruined this for Angie, didn't she? Oh no, not magic. Yeah, didn't we see that they were the family members dressed up in coats? That was just for the wedding. I mean, rich people being into weird satanic shit is not, I mean, would that be shocking to anyone at this point? At this point in history, would it be shocking to you if they had a bunch of weird goat masks and wore, like, cloaks? Probably not. That's somebody's real life right now, you guys. Can you imagine if rich people came out after a murder plot and just tried to be like, a witch did it with magic? That'd be insane. Although, a little bit less insulting than just throwing money at officials, wouldn't it be? Oh, okay, yeah. Sure, yeah. If Battler had said, I will give that to you if Battler said, I sealed the dining room, or whatever. But they probably didn't do that, because it'd be like, yeah, of course, the guy that sealed the corpse room, and now the corpses are missing.
聞いた聞いた。そうだよね。娘だけ置いてくなんてなんかおかしいもんね。
後宮エヴァって確か本人は毒殺されてるって訴えてんでしょ。じゃあもう黒幕は誰か明白じゃん。
いいよね。一族の財産すべて独り占めなんでしょ。
やっぱルドルフ一家犯人説だって思ってたんだよね。
後宮さんってどこかおかしいって思ってたんだよね。
おかしいと思ってたよね。
I think them being geese would have made more sense.
バトラも犯人じゃないの？
ルドルフ一家犯人説。
ルドルフとキリエが犯人。
財産を独り占めにしようとしたんだけど、エヴァに返り討ちにあってそれで失敗して。
でも結局は後宮エンチェの独り占めなんでしょ。
ルドルフとキリエが犯人だって。
ルドルフ一家犯人説。ルドルフとキリエとバトラが犯人。
ルドルフとキリエとバトラが犯人。
後宮さんのご家族が犯人なんですって。
それってどう思う？ねえねえ。
でも結局財産は全てあなたが独り占めできるんでしょ。後ろ宮エヴァはそれであなたには何も語らなかったのよね。
絶対にあの子が怪しいって思ってたのよ。
エヴァがあんたに辛く当たったことも全て説明がつくわ。ねえねえ、何か言ってよ、感想とか。
ほんと気持ち悪い子だよね。
ルドルフ一家犯人説ってどう思うか、ちょっとくらい何か言いなさいよ、感じ悪い。
こっち。
Schizophrenia speedrun for sure.
どこまで逃げるの、黒猫さん。黒猫さん、どうしよう、囲まれた。
But why? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, why would Battler kill Shannon? Unless Shannon knew the truth. But also, Shannon wouldn't care. She hates all these people.
反論。ルドルフ一家犯人説以外でもロジックの構築は可能です。
Oh. I see.
ルドルフ一家犯人説以外でもロジックの構築は可能です。例えばジョージ一家犯人説でも可能です。
Oh no, another magic girl fight. But he could kill Cannon.
可能です。犯人は殺人者のことと定義されています。そして殺人は登場人物に対して行われたものにしか限定しないとは言っていません。すなわちジョージの当該ですでに本件以外の殺人を犯していたならば、この島で誰も殺せなかったとしても 犯人であり嘘をつくことが可能というわけです。
Oh, god damn it.
いかがです？フルドエリカにはこの程度の推理が可能です。
Of course she's back.
初対面の方々がほとんどでしょう。自己紹介です。はじめまして、こんにちは。探偵フルドエリカと申します。ルドルフ一家犯人説しか思いつかない石ころ頭どもはどうぞお引き取りを。あるいは私を論破できるおつもりでいる皆さんはどうか歓迎を。無論私も歓迎して差し上げます。やれやれ、幾万と集まってこのざまですか？どなたもこのフルドエリカと論戦を楽しもうという勇気がないのですか？ならば残念、お開きにさせていただきましょう。さりとてこのフルドエリカ、石頭の間抜け諸君を一人一人論破していくほど時間が余ってもおりません。後片付けは彼女にお願いすることとしましょう。お願いします。
Guys, she's Spider-Man. But like an evil one.
この私を差し置いて誰が六軒島の王者ですって？私を差し置いてルドルフが犯人？
Oh my, oops, all lollies, no. Fucking Umineko. Why? Why would I think there'd be a single episode without lollies in it?
10月4日も5日もすべて私のもの。このエヴァ・ベアトリーチェのもの。
I mean, the writers have definitely committed a series of crimes, surely. Top of the list being the lollies, by the way.
私が犯人であることを疑うおバカさんたち。
あなたたちはエヴァ犯人説で思考停止がお似合いです。
優れて消えちゃえば。 ばさんはいつだってエンジェちゃんの味方よ。あなたの家族の悪口を言う人なんか許さないんだから。エヴァおばさん、いいの。感謝されたくてしてるんじゃない。でも私はいつだってあなたの味方よ。
I mean, this version.
じゃあね。
The rest of her versions kind of sucked. But this one's kind of nice.
助けてくれてありがとう。あなたはどなたですか？
私は探偵フルドエリカ、そして同時に魔女でもあります。
魔女？
真実の魔女、一なる真実を追求するものです。そしてそれはあなたのことでもありますね。
Erica, by the way, has committed only one series of murder, where I believe Evatrice has technically committed more murders, and yet we like her better. Isn't that wild?
真実の魔女です。だからあなたは私と同じなんです。だから助けに来ました。
Oh my god. Guys, she's basically Miss Marvel, who is, in my opinion, one of the worst superheroes. And here's the thing, I think that,
でも確かにあの日に何かがあったの。私はそれを知るためなら何だって
I like Brie Larson in Lessons of Chemistry, you know what I mean? But hers in any of the Marvel movies, garbage.
あなたは知っているの？一体この島で何があったの？
真実の魔女にとって真実を与えられる。
Captain Marvel is just unfortunately such an unlikable moment in her career that it's just, ugh. You'd best just forget it and play more autistic, off-putting women.
バトラさんはあなたに今日何を見せてくれましたか？
She's in a couple of other movies that I enjoy too, but the moment I'm like, is that Brie Larson? I'm like, isn't she? Don't I remember her from such things as being a terrible, awful bitch in these other movies? Really ruins the experience, unfortunately.
違う。あんなの真実じゃない。
時に他人は真実だと称して私たちを惑わします。しかし真実の魔女はそれに惑わされることなく、一なる真実を追求しなければならないのです。だからあなたはバトラさんの押し付ける偽りの真実などに納得できない。本当の一なる真実を求めてやまないのです。
どうして教えてくれないの？どうしてお兄ちゃんは私に本当のことを教えてくれないの？どうして？どうして？私だけ知らない。私だけ誰も教えてくれない。教えてよ。あの日に何があったのか教えてよ。
What would be really crazy is if Battler was the killer all along, because that's the only reason he agrees to come to this family conference, by the way, is because maybe, potentially, Asimo, whatever, his fake mom, told him some dirt on her deathbed, and he was like, oh, I'm gonna take these people down, but she conveniently leaves out the fact that she's not his real mom, because she wants Rudolph to suffer for what he's done to her. And then he goes there, decides he's gonna kill everyone. Shannon, aka Beatrice, aka Cannon, lets him in on her little plan to murder everyone because she's like, hey, this is what everybody's done to me. And he's like, what if we both kill everyone? So then he wants to kill his parents. She wants to kill all the people that have betrayed her specifically. And then in the end, we get that moment of Eva, like, her husband's dead, her son's dead, she's no reason to be there, everybody's crazy. And Shannon's like, yeah, I planted a bomb underneath this island or whatever. And she's like, oh my god. And then she, like, runs off. But Shannon has no intention of leaving this island. And Battler can't reconcile with what he's done, because when he started this, he's like, oh, I can see this through. But at the end of it, maybe he finds out, like, you know, probably Rudolph dies last or something like that or whatever. And he's like, you know, Kyrie was your mom, I kept that from you, like, I'm a terrible man or whatever. Because he thought it's much easier to kill Kyrie. Kyrie has been kind of, like low tier, kind of shitty to him for a while. And he's just like, yeah, everything will kind of work out or whatever. And he doesn't see his sister there, and he is like, I'm just going to take custody of my sister or whatever, like, fuck all these other people. And then Rudolph on his deathbed tells him, like, hey, actually, I am a scoundrel, and I've misled you. But, you know, the bell's already been rung, Kyrie's already dead, there's so much blood everywhere, everything's so bad, everything's so much worse than he thought it was gonna be. And then he's sitting there in Grandpa Kenzo's absinthe closet, just drinking. And Shannon comes up and she's like, come on, we've gotta go. Like, you know, the bomb's gonna go off. And she has no intention of leaving. She really, this is just what she wanted, revenge-wise. But she can't really square Battler, because Battler's always really been nice to her. And even when he came back and, like, Henry was there, yeah, he didn't try and, like, you know, save her or whatever. But now he knows her dark secret, and she just, I don't know, she just, like, maybe can't square that. So she wants him to escape, but he won't, because he can't reconcile what he's done. And so then the two of them sit up there eating absinthe until the bomb goes off and everything just explodes into chunks of meat everywhere. And then Eva returns, horrified, shell-shocked. And the reason she treats Angie poorly is not because of her parents, but because of her brother, who's committed a crime. And the crime was robbing her of her husband and son, because she's like, we didn't do any of that to these people. Like, essentially, they'd been just caught in the crossfire. Because Rosa gets murdered because she's, like, a shitty mom and abusive, and Maria, maybe Rosa even, like, murders Maria or something, and then they're just like, yeah, we can't have that. Or they murder Rosa thinking that Maria will be cool with it, and Maria just, like, loses her mind about it. And it just all basically devolves very quickly into a situation that, like, can't be managed. And then that's how Umineko goes. What if? Perhaps. What if perhaps? Like, I like the theory that Rosa gets impaled. Like, for example, Rosa is out there strangling Maria because Maria's finally just, like, made her lose her mind or whatever. And then Eva sees that Rosa has strangled Maria to death, and she shoves her onto the fence and impales her.
真実は自分で手にしなければならないからです。
真実はどこにあるの？どうやったら至れるの？みんなが隠す。教えてくれない？私の手で自ら至るから。お願いだから、真実がどこに隠されているのかだけでも教えて。
いいわ。教えてあげてもいい。あなたに真実を教えることはできない。でも、どうやったら真実に至ることができるのか、その道を指し示してあげることはできるの。あんたは あれを真実だとは言ってないわ。
でもあんたはあれが真実だと赤で。
あんたが大声で遮ったから続きが書き消えただけよ。これは全て真実とは限らないと続けようとしたのよ。
Ugh.
あんたはどこまで私をもてあそぶ気なのよ。
それは謝る。
Lies by omission are so
で
annoying.
も試したかったの。
何をよ。
あなたがどのようなものであれ真実を受け止める覚悟があるのかどうかを。真実は時として期待を裏切るわ。あるいは最も望まない形をとることもある。あなたに見せたあのかけらはおそらくあなたにとっては想像しうる限りの一番最悪なかけらでしょうね。でもそれに耐えてでも真実を求める力と勇気がなければあなたには真実に近づく資格はないの。
Byrd Castle, surely there is a middle ground between atomic bomb and coughing baby. Surely.
真実はいつだって残酷よ。時にそれは自分の希望を刈り取りさえする。多くの場合人間は真実を得ることに対する対価に気づいていない。私はあなたにその覚悟があるのかどうか問いかけただけ。
Oh my gosh. The twins have slowly been inching their way up the bed to sleep, almost exactly on the pillows. Not quite though, they're not so bold and brazen that they would be pillow cats, but they've definitely thought about just being pillow cats. Like little sultans.
揺るがないわ。
あなたの瞳の奥に真実を追い求める者の輝きを見たわ。
教えてくれるの？私に真実に至る道を。
ええ、あなたを導いてあげる。忘れたのエンジェ。だって私はあなたの後見人でしょ。あなたは1998年のベアトリーチェ、エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。私が後見人となってあなたを魔女と認めた。でもあなたはベアトと同じ無限の魔女ではないわ。
真実の魔女。
そう、エリカと同じ。あなたは一なる真実を求め、いかなるまやかしにも騙されることはない真実の魔女なのよ。
真実の魔女。エンジェ・ベアトリーチェには一なる真実にたどり着く力があるのね。
あるわ。でもあなたにはその力をこれまで使うことはできなかった。どうしてかわかる？
今ならわかるわ。私は真実を求めながらその一方で真実を知ることを無意識に拒んでいた。
そう、あなたは真実を求めながらも同時に真実を知ることで家族が帰ってくるかもしれないという奇跡が失われることを無意識に恐れた。だから一なる真実に手を伸ばす資格がなかった。
言われるままだわ。私には甘えがあったことを認めなくちゃならない。ありがとう。あの薄暗い劇場で見せられたかけらは、そんな私の目を覚ましてくれるものだったのね。
あなたが本当の意味で真実の魔女となってくれるのを待つために、随分と多くのゲームを重ねることになったわね。でもその全てに意味があったと思う。この最後の最後のゲームであなたは真実の魔女に至れたのだから。
教えて、あの日あの島で何があったの？それを直接教えろなんて言わないわ。だから指し示して。私は何をすれば真実に至ることができるの？
ここは少し涼しすぎるわ。場所を移しましょう。
You're joking.
どこよ？
A half hour?
マシな紅茶が飲める場所へ。
Oh, yeah. I was patiently waiting for a perfect opportunity. Wait. This is the end of the chapter, or this is where to call it? Oh no, that's all Umineko, Sublime. This is the entire thing. The entirety of Umineko is just yapping hard. Okay. So I am going to save this over this one. And we'll just know that this is the bottom one. But if I get confused, we'll have to pick this one. Okay. So now what we're going to do is, as we always do, of course. I feel like I missed my intro bit too. I was going to say, welcome to the Yapcast, featuring small bits of Umineko. But I feel I missed it. Okay, these are all the old ones. Well, fair enough. Yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one. We'll leave off. Oh, well, is there another one? That was a bit on the nose. If there's not a single other one, we'll do that one. But I think that that's the only one they gave us for this one. Because they're stingy. Yes, of course. Back to this. Oracle reading. Man, it has gotten pretty dark in here, actually. We'll pop back over for the end of stream, just so you guys can enjoy that little screen grab. There we go. That's a perfect bridge. Top, middle, or bottom? Middle. Your pass. Hard work. And then the harvest. Indecision. The hedge. Indecision. And security. It's a very, very worky one. Interesting. Yeah, we don't very often get, like, career polls like that. Usually it's relationship stuff. The preserve one's one of my favorites, because look at how adorable that little chipmunk is. Bit of a two roads diverged in a wood kind of situation. Yeah, what a good fortune to leave on. Alright, so, let's see. Today is now, I guess, technically, officially Tuesday. I don't understand. Is this not plugged in? Just bugged out, I guess. Crazy. So today, let's see. Today is Tuesday. We will be, let's see. If I can get all of my errands done in not an absurd amount of time, we could potentially have some book club time Tuesday evening. Although, if that's not the case, we will do book club on, for sure, on Wednesday at 6-ish, 6:37 Mountain Standard Time. And then we'll probably, if we don't finish it on Wednesday, we will finish it probably on Thursday. I'll do a little bit of book club on Thursday if we still need the time. Thursday I am taking my kitty cat to the vet, so it'll probably be later as opposed to earlier, as always. All of the things I have to do with the day walkers all come between like noon and 6 p.m. unfortunately. That noon to 6 p.m. block gets crazy full for a number of very annoying reasons. But okay, so we've got book club, we've got Umineko, got another Umineko stream on Friday, maybe even potentially a bonus stream Thursday evening, possibly. We'll see if we can get that worked in there. I think it'll probably be the exciting conclusion of The Sims. But I have been perusing Paralives recently. Luckily, that's still in the early development, so we don't have to have another game added to our cozy game roster. But as always, I have been Riley Byrd, and that is our show for today. I'll see you guys